Okay. Yeah, so quick rules. I know you said you were just looking over them, but refresher, the main part of the game is rolling the action die, and then we switch off performing the actions with the action die. Starting with
one question about that: who goes first? Is it like always the shadow player or the free people?
The free player always goes first.
Okay,
but as long as the other player has more dice than you, I believe you can pass. We'll have to check on that. But
yeah.
So like, I think since I only have 4 dice and you have 7, I think I could pass until you caught up technically. But I will double check that rule before we get there.
Yeah, that's I rewatched the RTFM how to play.
Yep.
And that was one of the points he made. So okay.
I'm remembering what Gandalf does here quick with my fellowship.
I actually should probably read these because I'm not terribly familiar.
Yeah, and feel free to just leave them flipped over. I mean, as much as we love the art, it is helpful to know when we bring them in. So, and then little notes: free people's armies don't respawn after they die, whereas yours go back to your recruiting queue.
Right.
Nazgul and I believe the Witch King, who is Nazgul, can fly anywhere on the map for their move.
Okay.
And then, so those are the big things. So let's just go step by step, I suppose. All right. Yeah, so just for my own sanity, I'm going to run through the phases again, but feel free to interrupt me. So we recover the action dice that we used. You have to leave 1 in the hunt pool if I moved the fellowship once, at least 1, but you get to choose to keep more. Up to the number of companions in the fellowship still. Then we each draw 1 from each event deck. Then we've got the fellowship phase where I can declare the position of the fellowship if it is hidden. Otherwise, I just, keep it hidden, and I could change the guide if I choose to.
Okay.
Then we move on to the hunt allocation. So that's where I guess that's where you would choose how many hunt dice to put in. If I moved the fellowship the turn before, you have to leave at least 1, but you can leave up to the number of companions in the fellowship, not including the ring bearers. So you can always put 1 at least, because Gollum will be with them if everyone else leaves. And then we roll the action dice, we do resolution, and then victory check. So either if the ring is destroyed or the fellowship or the ring bearers are corrupted, the game ends immediately. Otherwise, at the end, it's if the free person has 4 victory points or the shadow player has 10 victory points. And then a reminder, you get 2 for strongholds, which are the square ones, and then 1 for cities, which are the colored rectangles. The gray rectangles are fortresses, and they don't count for victory points, but they do give you a bonus for defending within. So okay, the dice pool. Did you cover the elven rings, I think, in your reading?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, so you can use those to change the result of a die roll, and then they come to me,
and then
once per turn you can use them.
I can use 1 once per turn, and then once you use the 1, it gets discarded from the game. So there's 3 total.
Right.
Okay. All right. And then cards can be played using the dice, and then you can also use the cards for combat cards, which is the bottom text, and then we'll go over that when we hit battle. Okay, this is what I wanted to double check. So an army can consist of a maximum of 10 units, but only 5 can be in a stronghold under siege. So, using a single muster die, you can get 2 regular units, 2 leaders / Nazgul, or 1 regular unit, 1 leader Nazgul, or 1 elite unit. They must belong to a nation at war if it's a muster die result, and they have to be placed in a town, city, or stronghold of the nation which unit belongs. So if you conquer a nation, that doesn't count. It's only if it belongs in the nation originally. 2 figures recruited must always be placed in separate settlements. So you can't put the 2, if you recruit 2, you can't put them in the same place. And then an army die can move 2 different armies, which is any collection of units, including leaders or companions, 1 space. Or a character die can move a single army that has a leader or character. And you can't, like, chain armies twice. Like, no unit can be chained twice in 1 die roll, or 1 die action. So... leaders allow for rerolls, but your Nazgul allow you to hunt better. So if your Nazgul are on the location that the Fellowship was last revealed, you get rerolls, I believe, if I remember right. Or +1s. We'll have to check on that. I always get those 2 confused. So.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yep.
Okay. Hunt roll.
All right, we've got companions are brought into play. We don't have to worry about that.
If during the hunt the ring bearers are in a region that contains 1 or more of the following: a stronghold, 1 or more shadow army units, or 1 or more Nazgul, then you can re-roll 1 failed hunt die. Okay.
Okay.
Then, all right.
Yeah, and then every time the free player moves the channel, you try the hunt by rolling up to 5 dice, depending on how many eyes are in the shadow box. Mm-hmm. And then each time I move, you get a +1 to each hunt roll result after that. So
right,
yeah, so that's right. So the more moves I make, the easier it gets. But the more leader or Nazgul you have there, the more rerolls you get.
Okay.
And then leaders or Nazgul for you can also be used to do rerolls in a battle. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any major questions, or?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. It's definitely going to be a remembering game for me, but that's all right. We will see how it goes.
Yeah. You have a little more experience than I do, but yep. Hopefully I'll catch up.
I have
quickly.
No doubt on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready to start whenever you are.
Okay. Cool. Then let's see what is automated for us here. I will hit start turn 1. Okay. We will do recover action dice and draw event cards.
Okay. And shoot, how do you draw one?
It should already be drawn. Yep, and this is where you can use Alt to zoom in if that helps. So.
Okay.
One thing I need to really quickly read up on again is the political track, because I always forget exactly how that works.
Yeah.
Okay, the politics. Right, so a nation has to be activated to move down, and it has to be at war to be able to recruit or move units. If you attack me, that automatically flips me to activated and moves that unit down. Otherwise, I can use my companions to help. Okay.
Interesting. Okay. I gotta double check some of these symbols. Okay.
I'm going to use my this first phase, the Fellowship phase, to change the guy to the Fellowship to Strider.
Okay. And you're in Rivendell.
Yep.
Because we haven't done anything yet. Yep.
Right.
Okay.
But I'm gonna quickly Okay. The Guide of the Fellowship. The guide must always be the remaining companion with the highest level, but since it's a tie, I get to choose, so that's why I flipped the two. Cool. All right. Just want to make sure I didn't break any rules by switching to Strider, because they both have a leadership of 3, Strider and Gandalf. So.
Gotcha.
All right. Are you good?
Think so.
Okay. Continue. The Shadow may allocate action dice to the hunt box. All right. So the minimum of 0 up to 7. Would you like to allocate any dice to the hunt? So this is when I try to move, as many die as are in here, you get to roll for a hunt.
Okay.
You roll a d6 up to 5. So
I'll do 1.
Okay.
Just because.
Yep, and then any eyes that get rolled immediately go into the hunt box as well. So yep.
Yeah.
And then I believe if you right-click the die and then go to rotation value, if you mouse over the different numbers, it'll tell you the name of them. So
Yeah, cool. All right, we'll do 1 just to see what happens.
Okay. Action roll. Roll action dice. What do we got?
All right.
All right.
So that gives me another eye. All right, now go to the cheat sheet to find out what these actually do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Rough start. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, same.
I'm gonna be changing my initial plan, which is fine, but that was not what I expected.
Okay. Okay. So nation not at war. Cannot attack armies. Huh, okay.
All right, you've got 2 eyes in the hunt box. Oh, and it's my turn, isn't it? All right.
I think you start.
Yeah, let me just double check on the whole. If there is passing, I can't remember for sure. I'm not going to, I don't think, but just so we.
Sure.
So, all right, summary of the game. Action dice. The free people's player starts with 4 dice. Starting with the free people's players alternate using one of their action dice. If a player has fewer unused action dice than his opponent, he can pass instead of taking an action. Okay. Oh man, I'm really torn here. We're going to. Oh gosh. Can I?
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Just starting to get to the point of like, oh, there's a lot of choices, aren't there?
Yeah. Yep.
Huh.
Okay, and then I need to double check. Sorry, I keep. What is an event card that I can play with these? Yeah, so like once we get into the groove, the play is actually very straightforward because it's like, it's you just play the dice, but there's just so many choices that it gets very stressful. So, okay. I have no army event cards, rats. I do have some muster events. Those are the ones. Okay, so yeah, Charles, if you quickly jump over to this page that I'm on, over here, in the rulebook.
Oh, in the rulebook.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are the upper right corner of your cards is the different types. So there's character, army, and muster, and those are which die you can use to play those cards. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so the dagger's character, the banner's army, and the helmet is muster for me, and I think it's pretty similar for you. So.
Yeah. So that's what do I have? I have 3 event action die. So draw an event card or play an event card. What do we got? Okay. Huh.
Okay, so I can
Short.
Oh, go ahead. Yep.
Go ahead. I was just going to ask, were you passing or are you going to
No,
play?
I'm going to go. I'm just very torn.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, we are... Oh, man. Alright, I'm going to play my Will of the West to move the Fellowship. Alright, so now you get to perform a hunt. So you will roll... you have 2 eyes, so you get to roll 2 dice, and on 6s, you succeed at the hunt.
Oh, whoop. That was the wrong dice.
That's all right. Okay.
Okay. So
the hunt failed, but then
think-
next turn you'll have. If I move again, you'll have +1 to all your die rolls. So.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, I see.
All right. Now it's your turn to play an action dice.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. All right. Gosh. All right. So these are both event. Okay, I'm going to use an event to draw a card, and I'm trying to remember, how do you draw a card?
If you just press 1 on it.
So just hover over it and press.
Just press 1. It should go to your hand.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
Oh.
All right.
All right, let's see what that did. Okay. Uh-huh.
All right.
Okay.
All
right. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, you're really making me go quicker than I want to here. All right, we are going to spend a muster die to move the... I think I'm changing my mind. No, we'll move... I was going to do the... We'll move the elves closer. All right. Your move.
Let's see what's the best way to go about this.
Oh, hey, John. Frodo and Sam are slowly making their way to Mount Doom, so we'll see.
All right. Okay. Let's do another event. We're just going to draw another card.
Okay.
What did I... Sorry. Does it say on the front which... Okay.
Event card. Oh, Yeah,
Yeah,
so you
just
see
like from which deck I had drawn it from, but I'm not
okay.
sure. It does. Okay.
All right. So do you mean, or I guess when you're looking in your hand, or
Yeah, in my hand.
Yeah. I think if you flip it, it shouldn't show it to me, and you can still view it. So if you press F on the card, yeah, if you're curious,
okay.
Yeah, it still is blocked for me. So
okay, cool.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. This is very strange. I'm going to move the elves closer to war with a muster.
I gotta start with somebody, hey. Okay, this is because I can't do that.
I don't know who would want to see a book about this. Seems kind of boring.
What does this do? Okay, I'm going to... Alright, I'm going to do this, and then you tell me if I'm doing it correctly. I'm going to use an event action to play an event card. So I'm just going to put it on the table right here.
Okay.
So, play if the fellowship is on step 1 or higher on the fellowship track, which I believe it is, correct?
Correct.
1.
Yep.
Yep, okay. Alright. Move any or all of the Nazgul, then if at least one Nazgul is in the fellowship region with the fellowship is revealed. So, at the moment, let's see, where are my Nazgul at? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we're going to move one from Barad-dûr. Whoa, and he's upside down now. Okay. He went right through the table to, what is that? The
Troll Shaws.
And we'll take the one from Moranin to
The Fords of Brunin.
Yes. And we'll go with that.
Okay. I think that is... So I always struggle with what it means, like, the region with the fellowship. So I'm just gonna... I believe that's how I would play it, so I'd say yes, but I will just do a quick Google to make sure we're reading it right, since, it's our first time. So...
Yeah. So it's this Nazgul search. Let's see.
Nazgul search. Okay, so I will let you... Okay, so we did actually interpret that wrong.
Okay, so how does that work then?
So whenever it mentions the location of the fellowship, it's always the last known location unless they are revealed. So like if I was outside of Rivendell, because I don't think the Nazgul can go to Rivendell, I'll double check that. You'd be able to put it on like where they last were, and then do basically a hunt to show where I've moved to, from what I'm reading here. So.
Gotcha. All right. Well.
So yeah, you can't move the Nazgul can never move into a region that contains a stronghold controlled by the Free People's player unless they are besieging. So.
Okay.
So like you might want to hold on to that till I'm revealed outside of
So when you're revealed outside.
Because
all right. So if I were to play a Nazgul when you're revealed outside, that would then reveal where the fellowship is at that point.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is the idea? Okay.
Yep. And
right,
so the reason for that is it's up to the Free People's player to at any time sketch the path that they're taking. So it's like, even though like right here you did surround me completely, like, it's just so that way I can't just be like, oh, well, I actually went this way and moved around. So, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll let you put that one back in your hand if you would like.
Yes, I think I will. I'm not sure what to do with a third event die.
And that max hand limit is 6, which I think you know, but yeah, so.
Right, and I can't play any of the cards I have right now, but I don't really want to discard them because once you deplete the decks, they're gone.
Right. Yep.
So I'm sure at some point there will be a decision of I have to discard this to make any progress at all. Okay, so in that case, what I think I'm going to
do you want me to move your Nazgul back, just out of curiosity?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. Now I think, remind me if I'm wrong, there was something about like when the fellowship is next revealed, if the path you sketch out goes through like was it a stronghold? Then there's some kind of a bonus for me.
Yep.
Is that
So if I reveal myself, say I've made it far enough to Lorien, and I say, I went through Moria to get there because it's quicker, you would get to draw a hunt tile like you had successfully completed a hunt. So I risk taking corruption there. So.
Gotcha. Okay, but that's only strongholds. So
only
not really.
Only strongholds. And if I say it's now, if it's controlled by the Free Peoples at that time, then they wouldn't get that penalty. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, so what to do with this event die?
Yeah, these are interesting rolls to start for the first turn. I don't.
Yeah. All right, so let's. Okay. Let's do this then. Okay. So I'm going to use the character action to move this army out of Minas Morgul. Some of them into South Ithilien.
Okay.
And yes, cool.
Okay, I'm just double checking because and you might know, so you're able to leave your boundaries, but you can't enter because you're not at war, right? Or
right. So
okay.
I couldn't go into Gondor yet, but
okay.
I can leave into I assume unclaimed territory.
Yep.
Kinda.
I think that's fair. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy there. So, all right.
Sure.
Then
no, always good to check that. You know. All right.
All right. Then we are just going to.
Back to you.
Oof. It's already moving towards Gondor. All right. We're going to play my last army muster, and we are going to move the elves to war.
Ooh, sound effects. Nice.
I know. I just noticed that too.
Here, I should have done this when I moved the Nazguls.
Ah, all right. Well, now you got to save it till
right.
your next Nazgul hunt, but yeah.
I know. That is a good one for the hunt. Okay. All right, that was your last action. Hey.
That was my last action.
All right, so I'm going to use the army action, and I'm going to move. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. I can move 2 armies. All right.
Yes, 2 armies, 1 space.
Yep. I'm going to move the Far Harad into the Near Harad.
Okay.
And then the Umbar into the West Harondor.
Ooh. Well, now I wish I would have done something different with my actions, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna mean much. And then, gosh darn, would it be better? Okay, let me look at my cards real quick.
Yep.
Okay, so I want to keep that one. I want to keep that one. Ooh, okay. I didn't even read the bottom part of that card. That's pretty cool. Okay. Well, I know this isn't advised, but I think I'm just gonna not use an action for this event. It's so early in the game. I don't want to be going through cards too quickly yet.
Normally it isn't, but with with that roll, I don't blame you at all for that choice.
Yeah, all right. And then I think that's it for the action phase.
I think so. All right, first action round done. Not too bad.
Oh, all right.
Victory check. All right, fellowship's 1 out of 12, and no victory points. Also, I just learned this when I was rewatching the video. I didn't catch it the first time. Was if the Shadow and Free People tie for military victory points, Shadow still wins because Middle Earth is too corrupted at that point, which is great. But
that is funny. So,
right.
If you reach 12 on the fellowship track, are you like automatically revealed, or how does that work? Do you know? Not the corruption, the
right.
The like movement. Is it something we can deal with if it happens? I think assuming it won't.
I don't expect it to get there, but that is a really good question. I have never encountered that before. So
okay.
We can check on that. I would imagine it's something like, right, you have to reveal, or you reveal somewhere along your way. I'm sure there's a rule for it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
All right.
Cool. It's turn 2. All right, recover action dice and draw event cards. Ooh, all right.
Ooh, new ones. Ooh, okay.
Oh. All right, now I'm hoping for some good dice on this one. Let's see. Are you done reading where I can continue, or?
Nice. Okay. Yeah, right. I think I am.
Then I'm going to
okay.
Continue. All right. Would you like? You have to allocate one, which it did for you. Would you like to allocate any more?
Okay. So this is the number I allocate is the number of dice I roll if a hunt happens.
Yes.
Which is when you move.
Correct.
So if I allocate dice and then you don't move the fellowship, that's just kind of there, huh?
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm gonna put another one there just to see what happens.
All right.
Oh, it changed to an eye automatically. Okay.
Oh, I bet you have to put it on the right side there, because I think the left side is where my dice go after I move. So, not that it really matters, but I think that's why I didn't change the last time.
That makes sense.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Go ahead.
Then we will roll action dice. Here we go. Nice. Awesome. Okay. I'm happy about that roll.
Oh, boy.
Action resolution. Okay.
No!
Well,
still no muster. Darn it.
Now it is so risky to move, so I'm kind of changing my mind. Well, we're going to... All right.
Character and muster, hey.
Oh, man.
You could move the fellowship
we're
a lot if you really want.
We are going to try to move the fellowship once. So go ahead and roll 3 hunt die.
Okay.
And you have a success. Okay, so
I draw 1 tile.
You draw 1 tile. Ooh.
And it is a... What is that? A 3?
Oh,
and that's corruption, right?
Yep, so you get to move me up 3 corruption there. Wow, okay. And it didn't reveal me because it didn't have an eye there.
Okay. And then does that tile just stay out of the bag?
Yep, that tile's out of the bag now. I don't know what get off means. Oh, it just is the sound. Got it.
Yeah.
That's great.
I had to press it too, but yeah.
Yep. All right. Cool.
Okay, so now it's my action.
Now it's your turn. Oof, that was a rough start.
Okay. I'm going to use an event action and play. Make sure I have the right one. All right. Worn with sorrow and toil.
Okay.
So you're gonna want to take a look at that.
If it can pay. Ooh. Nice.
Now
okay.
I forget how that happens, but I know it happens as part of the hunt. Correct?
Yes. So
Okay.
so what I could have done there, which I didn't, but I could have chosen to instead essentially kill off one of the fellowship companions to reduce the number of
Right.
corruption. So
Okay. Huh. All right. So that stays until you declare the fellowship in an unconquered free people's city or stronghold. Okay. All right.
all right. So
Back
I'm
to
at
you.
2. We've got. Just gonna look at the fellowship here quick.
Sure.
Is there a better way? No, not really. All right.
Sort of. Ugh. Ooh, that's risky. Yikes. You can see why the shadow player gets so many more dice, because if they all go to that hunt, they
Yeah.
might not get to do too much.
Yep. Yep.
Oh man.
I think we're. Oh man.
Okay. All right,
All
let's
right.
see how this goes.
So it's my move, right? Just making sure.
Yep.
All right, we are going to.
And you can pass if you want. Or no, you can't actually, because we both have 3
Yes,
left. Never mind.
because because you have so many eyes there.
Yes. Yeah. What you gonna do with those characters?
Yeah, we are going to play a character die, and we are going to separate Gandalf and Gimli from the Fellowship.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay. Separate companions, not on the order track. Okay.
So Gimli and Gandalf. Okay, so they start in Rivendell. They can move the distance of the one with the largest movement, which is Gandalf with 3, plus the number of paths that the Fellowship has traveled.
Okay. All right. Let me take a look at these cards.
Yeah.
That's all right.
But actually, I think I'm going to just keep them in Rivendell, so that's a little bit anticlimactic there. But
Okay. All right.
oh,
Gimli's an Erebor.
nope. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to move them to the Trollshaws. Okay. Your move.
Interesting. Okay. Hmm. Oh. Okay. be a lot different if I had some muster dice to play with, but no.
I know.
I keep going back to see it. Nothing different. Okay. All right. I'm going to use the character action. I haven't decided what exactly I'm doing yet. I think I'm gonna move everybody in Barad-dûr to Gorgoroth, and I'm probably gonna have to move a couple of these pieces individually.
Okay.
To make sure they sit flat, but yeah. So that was a Nazgul movement.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 characters there. Okay.
All right.
Or only 8 units, I think. I don't think the Nazgul counts.
The Nazgul do not count, no.
Okay. All right.
From my understanding. All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to play a muster action. And that I will play Fear, Fire, Foes. Move any or all companions who are not in the Fellowship. Then if a companion is in the Shire or Bree, activate the North Nation and move it directly to the at-war step. So Gimli is going to move 1, 2 to Bree.
Okay.
And then Gandalf is... I need to really quickly check on character movement again. Okay.
Alright, so Gimli can move 2. Okay. Gandalf can move 3. Alright.
Okay, so I am unaffected by enemy armies. I can enter or leave a region that contains shadow units or a stronghold, but I must stop upon entering. Okay, so where do I want to get? Let's do Gandalf's gonna move. Okay, that's only for... Okay, must stop entering a shadow stronghold. So we are going to move Gandalf. Oh. You know. Oh, there's like 2 things I could do here. We're gonna move Gandalf back to Rivendell. So he was mostly to get Gimli there. Then we will flip the north political counter and move it directly to the at-war step. Okay.
Oh, okay. Man, I really need a muster. This is frustrating. Okay, all right. This is my turn. Okay. So I'm going to use my army action, and I'm going to move 2 armies. I'm going to move... Let's see, there's 3 there already, so 1, 2... This is 5, so I can move up to 5 more, which I will do. All right, so that was 1 army.
Okay, yeah.
And then second, I'm going to move a bunch from... No, is that what I really want to do? Yeah, it is. Okay. From Gorgoroth to Minas Morgul. 1, 2, 3, 5. I'm actually going to take the army 1 token here.
Yep.
Put it on Minas Morgul because I'm not sure everything will fit. And put this guy there. That's 1, 2, 3. Not the token. I just want the. Okay, it's fine. I'll move it back.
I know what you're trying to do, at least.
And then that's 5. So then 8, 9, 10. All of those are over there.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. All right, that was 2 armies.
All right, then we are going to.
So back over to you.
Yep. Let's do.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, okay.
Okay. Yep. Then we're going to take Gandalf and the armies here. We are going to move to the Fords of Bruinen.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
I can. Yep.
Oh.
Can you not hear me? Oop.
That's weird. Let's see.
Can you hear me, Charles?
Matt, are you still there?
Oh, sorry. It looked like it muted me somehow. Okay.
Yep, that's all right.
I hope
I thought my headphones might have gone out.
No, I thought I was okay. So I hope I didn't cut out. I've been silent for too long, but
no, I think I missed you. You moved something.
Yes,
possibly.
So I played my last character action. Sorry, I didn't put it in there to move Gandalf and the rest of the troops to the Fords of Bruinen from Rivendell. So.
Okay. Nice. All right. All right. I'm going to use my last event to play. I am going to play the Nazgul Search this time.
Okay.
So this is the same one I was playing, but at this point, it's more just to get Nazgul where I want them.
Yep.
Which is one here in Moria. And
you do have one in Gargaroth too, just so you remember. Or Minas Morgul.
Yes.
Sorry. Yep.
Yeah, Minas Morgul. And refresh my memory. I know it doesn't do anything if the Fellowship isn't revealed, but if I have a Nazgul in a place where you decide that's where the Fellowship was, do I get a bonus in the next hunt?
Yes, if your Nazgul is where it was last revealed and outside of a Free People settlement, then you would get you get to do a reroll per Nazgul in that location.
Gotcha. But only if it's where they were last revealed. Okay.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, I'm gonna take the Nazgul from Gorgoroth to Isengard.
Ooh. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
That is all of our action dice.
Indeed it is.
All right. You corrupted me quite a bit that turn. Maybe I should have killed someone off, but we'll find out later on in the game.
quarter of the way there. I'm happy with that.
All right. No military victory points.
Okay. And this actually needs to get discarded. Wow, okay. These are not very useful cards right now.
Oh, I thought I had two that are the same name except for one word, so I was really confused. Okay.
Well, I did see in the FAQ there's one about the reference to the Ents of the Fangorn events cards should be the Ents Awake events cards. And there's a few others like that, and it's like, okay, so there were a few things that weren't quite what they wanted them
like
to be.
some minor errata there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Yeah.
So, doing fellowship stuff.
Yep. We are going to. Okay. I need to. Sorry, keep going back to the rules. Maybe I should have played as the evil. I gotta remember all this fellowship stuff here. Okay. So when can I? So I know I could split, but like if I leave, I know Strider has to be the leader right now. So if I remove him, does it just become the next person, or how does that? I guess that's what I'm checking. I don't plan to remove him, but what was that?
I think from the RTFM video, if I remember correctly, it goes to one of the characters who's the next highest level. So I think it was like Gimli, Legolas, or Boromir.
I think that's okay. Separating him. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so we can separate. It was more, can I separate the guide? And you can. Okay, but then it just,
okay. Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I'm not going to change the guide because I can't, because Strider has the best, or he has the highest leadership out of that bunch, and I would prefer not to reveal my position at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, you are allocated one by default. Would you like to allocate any more?
No, I really need a muster. I'm just gonna leave it where it is. I'll give you a good round if you want to move, but.
Oh yeah, now you're gonna change all my plans here potentially. Okay, oof, not what I wanted. That's okay. You got 2 musters there.
All right, I'm fine with that. All right, this will be a little bit more interesting.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right, we are going to. We will use an army action. We are going to move Talon and to Dimrildale.
Okay. So what happens to a Nazgul if it's in a location that is conquered? Does it like go back to the Barad-dûr or something?
Yeah,
or is it just...
I don't remember if it gets like if it's removed from the map, it can be called again, or if it can just like fly away.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if it goes into a reinforcement box and can be brought back, or if it's permanently gone. Yeah.
Okay, so we score hits, removing regular units. Elimination of leaders and characters. If the army units involved in battle are eliminated, then all leaders are immediately removed from play, including Shadow. Okay.
No,
Nazgul can re-enter. Yeah. So they are removed, but they can come back. So.
Gotcha. Oh, goody. That changes some things. So we're going to use the muster action to move Sauron to Adwar.
Okay.
That's appropriately thematic. I like it.
That is very great. Okay. Let's see. Going back to moving an army. Okay, then we are going to so I'm trying to remember how how combat entry works. So if I
Sure. All right.
Okay. An army is allowed to attack an enemy army. Okay, that's right. So I can't control. Right. So I can either do a character to. Okay. So I'm going to. You know what? I mean, we're here, so I'm going to use one of my Will of the West here as a character action die, and we are going to move to attack your troops in Moria. Gandalf is leading the elves to Moria.
All right, some combat. Now we got to look up these rules.
Yep. All right. So I believe so. Okay. Resolving a battle. The big thing is, okay. Before every combat round, you can choose to fight a field battle or retreat into a siege. So since I'm attacking your stronghold, you can retreat into a siege. If you choose to do that and I choose to advance, it's under siege and that ends the battle for this turn, and you get the bonus of only my top two, or two of my die are removed. So, or sorry, what is it? I can only hit on a 6 or higher.
Yeah. I think I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So I think, how do I move them off to the side.
You
over
move them
here.
into one of the shadow strongholds. Yep.
Okay. And we just will remember that was Moria.
Yeah.
Okay. And
okay, so this stays control of yours, so we don't flip that or anything, but you are under siege. Okay.
Yippee. All right.
And that ends the combat round, since we didn't actually enter combat because you retreated into siege, so now it is your turn.
Okay. What to do. And if I remember correctly, I can recruit in a place that's under siege. Does that?
always need
I thought,
to double check
yeah.
that. I think so, but I know there's certain things you can't do. So recruiting troops. Okay. You cannot muster troops in a stronghold besieged by the enemy.
No. Okay. Huh. Okay. How do I want to do this then? Okay. All right. I think. All right. So I'm going to use a muster.
Okay.
And I am going to. So I can get 2 regular units. Or do I even have? I do have more Nazgul. Huh. Okay. All right, so I'm going to add 1 Sauron regular to Dol Guldur.
Okay.
And 1 Sauron regular up in Mount Gundabad.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I am going to. Ooh. Okay. All right. Well, let's just try it out. We will.
Continue the siege.
Yeah, I will continue the siege, I think.
All right. Here we go.
All right, so I will use. Well, let me make sure I remember how battle works here. So we play combat card, roll the dice, leader reroll, remove casualties. Okay. And 5 or 6 is usually, however, because it's a stronghold, that is different. So wait, let me double check here. Okay. Actually, sorry, I may switch up my thinking here.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. We're going to play this. We're going to play this Will of the West as an army. And we are going to move the Grey Havens to. We can't cross Tower Hills. And we are going to move Dimrildale into Moria to join the siege. Okay.
Fair.
All right. Your move.
Okay, I am going to... Let me double check that I'm thinking about this correct before I do it. I'm going to use a character action to move a number of my army in Dual Kultur into the south Anduin Vale.
Okay. All right. I'm going to use a muster action to... Oh, man. Right, it's one elite. Yes, I'm going to bring an elite unit into Lorien.
Okay.
All right, I am done. Your move.
All right. I'm going to use an event action to play Hill Trolls. So this may replace 2 regular Sauron units
Nice.
with elites.
Nasty trolls. Ooh.
Yeah, there. Just get it
Oh,
right
sorry.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's all right. And then
Oh no, I was gonna play a card with my. Oh, that's all right. All right.
I know all those things you remember a little too late.
Yeah, just after.
I'm going to move all these guys into Parth Celebrant.
Okay.
And I'm just take a second to
Yep.
fix.
Make it look
There you go.
look good.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta look good when you're approaching.
Okay. And that is all of them. So you can go ahead and discard that one, and then the other one stays out. All right. Oof. This is an interesting game.
All right. All right, here we go.
Oof. All right. Cover and draw, and then I have to discard. Or do I have to discard down now? What is it? Discard one. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember when it was, if it was at the start of the actions, or I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I don't think that my strategy at the moment is going to make this as useful as much as I like the. Ooh, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll discard that one.
Let me make sure. Okay. Yep. All right. I discarded, and so it's up to you.
Oh, you were at 6. Wow, we are really.
Yeah. I also had 7. Yes.
Okay. All right. I will not. Well. Yeah, I will not declare or change the guide. No. All right. You don't have to allocate any this time, but you can if you choose to.
I'm not gonna put any there. No.
All right.
There they go.
All right, 2.
Still 2.
Oof. Okay. All right, let's now let's battle.
All right.
All right, my men are conducting their siege. So for siege, unless okay. So this will be one combat round unless I reduce one of my elites to a regular, but we'll get to that when needed. So how this will work is we do one combat round, which is going to be I decide if I want to do a combat card and choose it, and then you get to choose. We reveal secretly, and then okay, sorry, I gotta. Oh no, I can't use that right now. Okay. So you have 2 regulars and a Nazgul, right?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to choose to play a card. I will put it face down onto the board here.
I will not be playing a combat card.
Okay, then I will reveal mine. Mine is, if a free people's elite unit, it's a charge. Before the combat roll an additional attack using only the free people elite units and apply the result immediately. So
all right.
I have
So you've got like 3, I think.
3. Yep. So I get to roll 3 combat dice. I only hit on
And you have
6s
2
though.
leaders. Okay.
Yeah, this one wouldn't be have rerolls from my understanding. So
Yeah.
all right. 3 combat dice. Come on, a 6. A 6. Okay.
All right. So I remove 1, right?
1. Yep.
2 there.
And he goes back into your pool of. Yeah, you can just keep him there for now. All right.
Move him. There we go. Okay.
All right. So now, what happens is, so that card will be discarded. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh yeah, a leader reroll's never applicable. We don't add any. Okay, cool. So now we get to both roll a number of dice equal to the combat strength of our armies. So yours would be a 1, and mine would be 5. I have
5
one
or
elite,
6. And
or no, because my leaders don't count.
they don't. Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
Yeah, so
They don't do anything until you reroll.
Right. It would be a 4, and then
So do elites count for 2 then?
elites. No, I think. Well, let me double check that quick. If Gandalf is in a battle, add 1 to the combat strength. Okay, so I will get to roll 5, but I think elites are still 1 for determining that. But let's check that.
Total army units. So yeah.
Yep, I think it's just physical characters on the board.
Yeah.
So, yep. So I get to roll 5 though because of Gandalf.
Yeah.
And you get to roll 1. All right, ready?
Yep.
And roll.
There we go.
Come on.
Ah, dang it, a 4.
A 6. All right.
So 1 6. That's
enough.
So the leader goes away immediately.
The leader is also Oh no. Hang on. I think you still get to do a reroll. I don't think we do hits. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So then we roll the dice for the combat roll, then the leader reroll. So you can reroll your 1.
Okay, and that it's on just a 6. Is that
a 5 or a 6 because you're defending.
Okay, here we go.
Dang.
Hey.
It.
All right. So tip 1 with me.
Yep. I think I'm gonna remove the regular. I think that's gonna be more useful coming. So he's gonna go to the graveyard off here. All right.
So that's just off to the side.
Going into the west. Okay. So then, yep, your Nazgul is eliminated. I will flip Moria to be a friendly stronghold.
My goodness.
And it's your move.
Man, I hope this isn't just a really short game. Because I failed so early. All right.
I'm more worried that I'm going to overstretch myself. So I think we both have our own concerns going on. Not to worry.
That's fair. I have 4 muster dice. Wow. Okay. And well, that's useful at least. All right. I might as well follow this up by attacking Lorian.
Okay.
See how that goes. So so that is my army dice.
Oh, I didn't realize you had an army and 4 muster. I thought it was the other way around. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope. That's it's really annoying. Like, it'd be good if I had at least a little more variety.
Yep. We are going to retreat into a siege. So.
Okay. So that immediately ends.
Yep.
My turn. Nazgul's just gonna perch on the tree. And I don't think I need an army token for this. Yeah, I can fit this one guy around the back. Okay. Yeah, they all fit. Yes. All right. Cool. Now what? Wow. 6 is a very small hand limit with these cards.
I know. It is
so
annoying.
specific. Man. All right. Well. Okay, I just noticed that the your leaders have banners, because I was thinking they look really similar to elites.
They do. I still am getting confused even with the banners. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, you have a lot better variety of dice to play with.
Yeah, you're pretty much focused on one action here.
Yeah. There was a card I was going to play this turn, but I literally could not with the dice I had. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna go get a little bit of water while you're thinking your strategy.
Oh, I thought it was. Sorry, I forgot that it was my turn, so that's totally my fault.
Sorry.
I was sitting here waiting for you, but I'm also gonna go refill my water if that's all right, and then
Yeah, sure. All right, one moment. generate troops.
I generated an elite in the Woodland Rim.
Fair enough. All right. Well. Yeah. Well, nothing for it. At this point, I am going to use a muster action to move Isengard into war.
Ooh. Ah. Kinda hoping you wouldn't do that. I was actually really hoping you weren't gonna do that. Okay.
That's understandable.
Yeah. Well, shoot. Okay. Rohan is not at war. Cool. Okay. I think. Okay. All right, cool. We are going to. How does the companion moving again work?
I don't have to worry about yet.
Move companions. Okay. So I can move all companions if I play that. So we will. I don't think. No, we'll not worry about that right now. Yeah, sure. This is not at all how I planned on playing this game, so I think you may end up with the upper hand, but we're gonna just, we're learning. So Gandalf the Grey is going to move to Fangorn.
Huh. Okay.
And and Gimli, I was thinking about moving him, but actually I think he's going to. And Gimli's going to move to the North Downs, just to maybe consolidate some stuff. All right, so that is my companion movement. Your move.
Okay. So we're going to use a muster action to play Saruman.
Not surprised about that at all. Don't know how.
Place Saruman at Orthanc.
And he can't move.
Yeah,
that's great.
not surprising, but
no.
And then I move the die to
Yeah. Okay.
And I think I'm gonna just move his card over a little bit so I can remember what's going on.
Okay.
And then I gotta look at something in the rule book.
All right, then I'm going to play a card. I'm going to play Mithril Coat and Sting. I'm going to just keep it like here because it's one of the on the table ones, so I know where it is.
Okay. I can move this one
Yeah.
up so we both know.
So after you draw a hunt tile, I could discard this to have you draw a second one, and then no matter what, the results of that one are drawn. So.
All right, not bad. It's a pretty good counter.
I wish I would have had it before the you drew 3 there, but it's all right.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so then it is
your turn.
Yes, I don't get this die until the next turn, so I should probably put
Yep,
it
sorry.
there.
I was like, whoa, you have a lot left, but okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that
no,
was
I only have the 2.
Yep.
Yeah. Now. Okay, I'm going to use a muster action.
Okay.
To put a Sauron regular in Dol Guldur and a Sauron regular in what is that? Gundabad?
Gundabad.
Yeah, Mount Gundabad.
Yep. All right.
Yep. Then I'm going to use the other one to play an event card. A new power is rising. So that's down here.
Okay.
Recruit 2 Isengard regular units in
Yeah.
each of North and South Dunland and 2 Isengard units, regular or elite in Orthanc. So does that mean I can put 2 elites in Orthanc?
You could, if you had the number of elites to do so, which you do at the point. So.
Okay. All right. Neat. All right. So I'm going to put 2 Isengard regulars up here. 2 regulars. I gotta move this my screen.
Yep.
And 2 elites. I gotta do that again. Yep. And move that there. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, perfect. Awesome. I think that ends that.
Yep, I think that's all right. So we will. Oh, I almost moved that. That's not good. Oh, okay. Continue. All right. Victor tracks. Free People's moved
so
up to
scary.
2 of 4.
That is so scary.
All right.
All right.
All right. Ooh, nice. Oh man.
Now,
That's...
it didn't prompt me to discard, but I do have 7 cards. So I think I need to discard one.
Oh yeah, it is prompting you if you look at where your it says hand limit exceeded.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's
so you
weird.
do have to discard. It probably won't let us move forward until you discard one.
Shoot. I'm just realizing I meant to play one of my mustard dice differently. Oh,
Yeah, same happened here, sadly. Ooh, that's an interesting card. Okay. All right, are we good? Did you discard or not yet?
not
Okay,
yet.
nope.
I'm still trying to decide.
That's all right. Take your time.
Oh man.
Take your time.
discarded. All right, you doing anything with the Fellowship?
I am not. All right.
Sweet.
You must allocate 0, but you can allocate up to 5. 5.
All right, I'm not going to allocate any this turn. Yeah.
All right. Well, I know you're probably going to roll a bunch, but if you don't, I might have some free moves here.
Yeah.
Wow, only 1. Okay.
1. All right.
Oof.
Not bad.
A lot of army movements there. Okay.
2 army musters. Yes. Oh, that's what I like to see.
Oof. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I am going to I'm so torn here. Okay, we are going to do an army action. So we are going to move these guys into the Woodland Realm, since the north is activated. And then we are going to move these guys to Edwin. Or, yeah, let's do that. All right.
Interesting. Okay. Look at something.
I am not rolling anything that I want here, so.
Character, yeah, I see what you can do with that. Okay, I think I am going to use my one of my character actions and play a card.
Okay.
I'm going to play Shelob's Lair, which adds the Shelob's Lair token.
That is what killed.
So I'm just gonna place it.
Doug, I believe, in this game.
Yeah.
So yep, Sheila rolled a 5 while he was on the mortar track. So, yeah.
Okay.
So let's put that. Well, oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say we could also put maybe put that to the side so we don't forget about it.
I'll put the tile below here.
Yeah, keep the tile there, but hopefully with 2 things we'll remember to slide it in when I get to the mortar track. So.
Fair enough.
Okay.
When?
Oh, I'm confident.
Just being cheeky. Just being cheeky.
All right.
All right.
I am going to go completely out of character. I'm going to use an Elven Ring. I can't change it to a Will of the West, which is driving me crazy that I haven't rolled that in 2 turns. But because I'm really hoping to bring in, not
Gandalf.
maybe. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna change my one of these to a army action. Where'd that go? Character will army muster. There it is. All right. And we are going to... We're going to go visit Gimli in the North Downs. And we are going to move to the Old Forest Road. Okay. Your move.
It's just so fraught. My goodness. Huh. So many things I want to do. Let's do... Yeah, okay. I think I know what I'm going to do. All right, I'm going to use a muster action.
Okay.
It was not meant to be rolled, but...
Do you remember, do leaders count as army units? I know Nazgul
don't think so.
I don't think so either, because when it says to recruit, you can recruit regular or elite units or leaders. So, like, it doesn't mention, like, leader unit, which made me think. Okay.
Yeah, all right, that's what it was. Okay. All right, so I'm going to recruit a Nazgul to Isengard. That isn't whatever. And I'm gonna.
He's dead, so he gets removed from the game, right? That's
yeah. That's he flipped over. It's like chess. And I moved in. I put an Isengard regular in North Dunland.
I see that. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, I was planning on going for Mordor and the Hurrid here, but Isengard threw me for a loop when you brought in Saruman last turn, so I am feeling the pressure right now.
It took me an embarrassingly long time to kind of realize that was a really good option.
Yeah.
Oh no. Whoop. Oh well, played that wrong. That's all right.
I mean, is there something you need to? If it's the last turn, I will allow for.
No,
okay.
no. I had thought of I was going to use that muster for something else, but I think it'll all work out. So I'm all right.
Okay.
Strategy, not like mistakes.
Okay. Alright, we are going to use a leader action. And we are going to... yeah, Gimli's feeling bloodthirsty. We're going to move to the Edamores here. Alright.
Shoot, I forgot that was an option. You have one more move, hey?
One more move, and you've got, a meager 5.
Rum. Here, hold on. Well, let's see. Okay, well, I'm just gonna do this, and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Oh boy, I'm going to use the other muster to bring in the Witch King.
I'm not happy about that at all, Charles.
Yeah, and activate all free people's nations. So that's good for you.
That is good for me. We'll go ahead and do that. All right.
So I'm going to put this dice over here, and I think minions just get brought in at any stronghold. Is that correct?
Minions. I thought he doesn't have a special location.
He doesn't say.
I believe it has. Interesting. I thought he had to be one of the Mordor land locations, not just a Mordor, but it probably is just anywhere. So.
Wings of Fellowship. Where's the bit about characters? Okay. Playing shadow characters. All right. Page 24 of the rules.
Page 24. Okay.
Does not follow
the normal rules.
It doesn't say.
It does.
Use. Huh.
I will check that. I mean, I'm guessing it. I was gonna say anywhere, but then it says it doesn't follow the normal rules for a muster die, which I think just means you can't have one and another. But that's still weird.
Yeah.
So you're bringing the Witch King, right?
Yes. Oh, on the little supplemental, it says place in any region with a shadow army that includes at least one Sauron unit.
Oh, okay.
Huh. Where does it? I wonder where they get that from. Cause
Yeah, I'll do a quick Google. I'm fine trusting that, but
yeah.
War of the Ring Witch King placement. Let's see if this says anything. I'd say let's follow this this little helper guide here. I don't know where that came from, but that sounds fair. Oh, right here. Yeah. You may place the Witch King in any region with a shadow army that includes at least one Sauron unit on the card. So we just completely missed that. Yep. Where's he going?
Where's it? Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Oh. Where am I going? right, let's. Doesn't super matter, so we're just gonna take one out gun to that.
Okay.
Oh my!
Oh dear.
I keep forgetting their sound effects.
I know that one got me. That one got me there.
All right, and so that was my action.
Oh, please don't tell me I discarded that card. No. Okay, well, that's all right. All right, well, that's fine then. Move to Carrick.
Oh, this is gonna be a quick game, isn't it?
I don't think so, but sure.
Well, we'll see. All right, that was your turn, correct?
That was my turn.
Okay, I'm going to. I'm going to use an event to play a card. I'm going to play the Return of the Witch King.
Okay.
Move the Witch King to Angmar, recruit 2 regular units and an elite unit there.
Oof, okay.
So Angmar, so I'm very glad you didn't move to take Angmar that turn.
I almost did. Oh man.
It was a toss up. I really wasn't sure whether you were going to go there or not. So
Nope, that was a good play. I almost did. Okay. So.
All right. So that's that. Okay. Character and 2 army.
I'm going to discard that card if that's all right.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Nope, no, you're fine. I just wanted to see what was on the board still. Okay.
Okay, we are going to use an army action to attack the Fords of Isen from Orthanc.
Okay. So.
Yep.
I was not able to retreat my troops in time, so you are attacking, which brings Rohan down 1 on the political counter.
Yep.
And then, all right, and how many troops are you attacking with?
I'm going to commit all of them.
All of them. Okay. So both Nazgul, then all the elites, and all of the...
Yep.
All right.
7 units and the 2 minions.
And then I do have a fortress, so you do have to roll 6s to hit.
Yep. Okay, so we play combat cards first, correct?
Yep. Oh man.
Excuse me. Okay, I'm not gonna play a card.
All right. So you're attacking, so you got to choose first. I don't think we're gonna. I'm gonna play a card.
Good.
Sorry, what were you saying?
That's fine. I think for a field battle like this, we choose reveal simultaneously.
Yes,
it's only for sieges.
I think you have to declare first. So I could, like, if you say you're not, I can then say I am. But let's check that.
Okay.
That is a good. Yep, so you declare whether you're going to use one, but don't show it, and then
Okay.
I get to choose based on what you say. So I'm still going to play
Gotcha.
one, even though you're not. Okay.
All right.
Daylight. So the shadow player rolls a maximum of 3 dice.
What? Ha! So is this for the entirety of the battle?
This is just.
Because I
Okay.
think I can just continue.
Right. This is just for a single round, I believe.
Right.
Sorry. Oh, I didn't realize you were clicking through there. But yeah.
No, that's all right. I was just looking at that page. Okay. Oh, that's annoying.
So just for this first one, you get to roll 3. I get to roll 2. So.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Ready?
Yep.
Roll.
Let's do it. Oh, a 6.
Okay, I rolled a 5. I have 1 leader, so I'm going to get to reroll 1.
And I have 2 leaders, so I can reroll 2.
Another 5. All right.
And I got a 6.
Okay, so you hit me twice.
Yep.
Which means that I am eliminated.
So does your leader just get destroyed as well?
Leaders get destroyed as well. Yeah, they're like Nazgul in that sense, from my understanding. And you
I
lose
lose
2. 2.
Right, because you rolled a 5 on your
Yeah.
reroll.
Oh, and you could split a elite into a regular if you choose to do that instead. But,
Nah, I think
Okay.
I'm gonna stick with this.
all right, you move in.
Leave. He goes on top of Orthink. Thank you. And cool.
Okay. Oh man. Oh no. Helm's Deep. Okay. Well, I can't do anything, so it's your turn again.
Okay, I'm going to. I'm going to use an army action to move to Helm's Deep,
Okay.
to
So,
attack Helm's Deep.
yeah, we're retreating into a siege. Surprise.
Yep, that's what I figured. Right there. Okay. Get all these guys in here. All right. Okay. Now I'm going to use the character die to attack Lothlorians. We'll try to break that siege.
Okay. So I have 2 elites. And you have 3 elites, a regular, 2 regulars, and a Nazgul.
Yep.
Okay.
Score 1. Okay.
I am not going to play, or I guess it's your choice first.
Yeah, I'm not going to play a card. Sorry, probably
Nope,
should have said
that's
that.
right, and neither will I. Okay.
No, that's right. And I know you just said this, but I have 2 regulars, 3 elites, and a Nazgul. So
Yeah.
I roll 5.
So you get to roll 5, and you hit on 6s. I get to roll 2, and I hit on 5 or 6. Come on. I got a 5 and a 6. All right.
Oh boy! And I got nothing.
Okay. You do have 1 reroll.
All right, but I get to reroll.
Yep.
And it's only on 6s, right?
Only on 6s. All right. So you take 2 hits, either reducing elites or, regular guys.
All right. So, if I remember correctly, I can continue to press an attack if I reduce an elite to a regular, correct?
Correct. Yep.
So I'm going to remove a regular and an elite to do that.
Well, so first you have to take 2 hits. So you'd either have to reduce a regular
Okay,
to
so I
an
remove
elite
2
for
regulars.
a hit, or remove 2 regulars. Yep.
All right, so I'm removing the 2 regulars.
Okay, and if you would like to
then
continue, you replace that guy with a regular. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just realized I probably should have done that differently. Oh well.
So it is a new combat round. Would you like to play a combat card?
No.
Okay, I will not as well. All right.
Okay. So I now have only 3 units.
You get to roll 3 dice. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Come on, 5, 6, 5. Oh, okay. Well, I did not get any hits there.
Yep.
You did not yet, but you get to re-roll 1.
Yeah. On 6.
Whew.
Dang it. 4.
Okay. You're
I
gonna
like
keep
these
pressing
dice.
the attack.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Second. It's far away.
Come on, elves of Lorien. You gotta hit them one
All
more
right.
time before you die.
And there's 3.
And 2.
Oh!
Whoa!
Oh! What?
Well, I got 2 3s, so there's nothing. All right.
Reroll. Come on. Oh,
No.
fine.
Oh.
All right, might as well. We're here. Let's.
Yeah, I mean, I
This has not gone well, which I'm sure is the point of sieges. So
okay.
there we go.
You're still rolling 3. I'm still rolling 2. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Oop. Sorry, hold on.
No, you're fine. I got
Wrong button.
none, and you got a hit, and you get to reroll 1 still. So.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
So just 1 hit.
almost.
So I'm gonna reduce him down to a regular.
All right. So now I can't do anything until I get more elites or use another attack die. Correct.
Correct. Yep. Okay, I need to check. So there's something about eliminating free peoples on where that comes from. So
Right. If you can use one of your deceased, or if it has to come from the
yes,
reserve.
there is a particular like scenario that lets you use deceased, but I don't remember what that is. So I will. Let me see. Okay. One elite unit with a regular one. The regular unit can be taken from previous casualties, if any. Okay, so I can do that. It doesn't say just for shadow players. So
Cool.
I'm going to replace him with one of my casualty elf regulars. Okay. And your turn, but that was your last die, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Oof, what a turn. Okay.
Yep. Yep. Very scary, I think, for both of us.
Yeah. I can't say I'm feeling great about any of the choices that are happening right now, but
Nope.
okay. 2 of 12. Start turn 6. And I'm gonna have to discard. I didn't realize that. That's alright. Okay.
Alright.
Well, I cannot get rid of that one.
Ooh. Oh. Man.
I cannot believe I'm gonna.
That's hard. Yikes. Okay.
Okay. Oh, this is killing me. I don't understand what game I'm playing right now, but that's fine. I'm getting rid of one of the nicest cards because of what I'm forced to with my dice. So.
I know. It's rough.
Okay.
Well, hopefully you'll get your will of the. I keep wanting to say will of the wisps, but it's will of the west.
Will of the West, yes. I just want
Well,
that
will of
extra
the west.
die, but
Yeah,
all right. Did you discard down, or did you need to?
I did not need
Okay.
to, so we're good to go.
I'm not
So
going to
I-
declare or change leader.
I do not.
Would you like to allocate
not-
any hunt die?
No, I think I want all 9.
Oh gosh. All right. I hope you roll all eyes. Are you serious? Oh my gosh.
Okay. Oh, I can work with this.
Oh, come on. This is not what I wanted. No Will of the West. Oh. Okay.
Oh no! Really?
Yeah, nope. I am not doing good.
That's surprising. You'd think after 3 turns you'd get 1.
You would think so.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. We are. Oh my gosh. Charles, I don't like what you're making me do here at all. I hope you know that.
Yes,
I'm giving up an elven ring.
Oh no. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. And I'm changing this to a army muster because I can't change to Will of the West. And we are moving these guys to here. And these guys to here.
Okay, let me look at something. Okay. I'm going to. Yeah, I think that's the right choice. I'm going to use a muster action. It is my turn, right?
It is. Yep. Nope.
Yeah.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to use a muster action to put an elite at Dol Guldur.
Okay. You mean Mount Gundabad, right? Just.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. That is what I meant. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you.
I mean, I knew you were going to choose one of the two depending on where I moved, so it's not a surprising choice. Okay. We're going to attack Mount Gundabad. Would you like to retreat into a siege?
I can take up to 5 units,
Yeah.
correct? Yes.
Okay.
Then yes, I would. So I will take. Come on. No, I don't want that, but I will grab you guys and grab you. Okay. So under siege. Fun. Fun, 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 fun. Ha. There are some pretty good choices here. All right.
Wow. I am.
Oh wait, sorry.
That's right.
Rohan should be down here because you attacked Helm's Deep. Even though
I thought you.
No, I moved down for the attack at the Fords of Eisen, but then you attacked a second time at Helm's Deep.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep. Sorry. Okay.
Yep. Good deal. I'm follow you. All right. Oh shoot. Gimli counts as a unit, doesn't he?
He does.
But I think the Witch King does too, right?
No.
No, he doesn't. Okay. What is the I forget what the second symbol means on his card.
That is his leader ability, which affects certain.
Oh, that's his leadership level.
Yeah.
Okay, for rerolls.
Yeah.
Okay.
And certain cards that you'll play. So.
Yeah. Man. This is not good. I am going to use a character dice, and I will attack
Okay.
Mount Graham from Angmar.
Are you moving everyone with you?
I'm moving an elite and a regular.
Okay.
No,
And
everybody.
All
Bring
right.
on everybody.
Okay.
Yep.
So. I'll 4 dice up
That's 3.
3. Would you like to play any cards?
Let's see if I even can. Okay.
I need to check a definition quick, as long as you're not looking at the rules.
Yes, I will play a combat card.
Sorry, I'm just reading something here. Oop, 1 sec.
I've been a fool of a took. Oh, I've been playing this wrong. Shoot. Oh well. All right. Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna not play any. I think I'm gonna regret this, but okay.
Okay, all right. I'll
So,
flip.
if your leader scores at least one hit, oof. Okay.
But I also, the Witch King, if the Witch King is in battle and you use a combat card during the first round, you may immediately draw an event card from that
Yeah.
deck. So I'm going to do that now,
Okay.
just so I don't forget. Okay, all right. I'm going to leave this here so we remember. I'm going to move it up just a little bit.
Okay.
All right, so then I have 3, you have 4, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
And
my-
I have 2 rerolls. You have 2 as well. Okay.
all right. I got 1.
Well, I got none. Okay.
All right, and we each have 2 rerolls.
Yeah.
It.
Ooh.
Dang it.
Well, okay. So you still only got 1. You didn't hit any of your leader reroll. So
So this card is now done.
okay, we're going to reduce my elf elite. Oh wait, no. Okay. Sorry, we will reduce to an elf regular. So I only have 3 next time, and he goes here. All right.
And now, do we just continue the attack? I forget.
Yes. So now you can keep going if you choose to.
Okay.
And so, do you want to play a card?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm gonna play one up here.
I'm not gonna play one again.
All right.
Okay. Forfeit 2 points. Okay.
Cool. So then,
And he counts as Nazgul leadership, right?
because he has 2 points of leadership and he is a Nazgul,
Okay.
is my understanding. Yeah.
I think so.
So, all right. So I get to add +1 to all my die
Yep.
rolls, but I don't get to do
You don't
any
get to
re-
reroll. And I get 3 dice with 2 rerolls. Okay.
Yep. All right.
Oh, no. Okay.
1-5 then. All right.
Okay. I got a 6, and I will reroll 2. Okay, so just 1 hit. So we both got a hit.
Yeah. I'm going to
I'm going to reduce. Yep.
an elite
Okay.
to a regular. Okay. And this card is now done.
Okay. Are you going to
All right,
continue
yeah.
the attack?
Yes, I
Okay.
am, and let me just make sure if there's any cards I want to play.
I should have done this earlier, but that's fine. Okay.
No, I'm not going to play any cards.
Okay. I'm going to play one, which I didn't truly understand, so I should have played it earlier. That's all right.
Right.
Cool. Scouts. Play at the Free Peoples is defending in a field battle, which, according to the glossary, just is a battle that is not against a besieged unit. It doesn't matter if it's in a stronghold or not. And so I can move my army to a distant free region, which, again, I checked the glossary, which says it counts if it's a besieged region, like with my friends are besieging. So I am going to move everyone there.
So then my
You take
units
Mount
all
Ground.
move in
Yep.
here.
Okay.
Oh, that's almost worse. Oh,
I hope it is.
oh.
Okay.
Now it's actually your turn. So.
It is, and I'm gonna play character action to besiege or to attack in Mount Gundabad.
So you have 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 units, but do the leaders count for just
Leaders don't count for raw number, no.
okay, for just the
Yeah.
in a territory, okay.
Yeah, no, I don't believe so. I'll double check that because I mean it's not like I'm over right now, but yes, I will.
This is a very different last lines of men and elves than in the book. And one dwarf.
And wonder. He's
So weird.
he's trying. Okay, but that is good. Okay, movement restrictions. So.
All right.
Okay, a maximum of 10 army units, and then that was where it said 10 army units, whereas like leaders in Nazgul aren't listed as units, so I don't think so.
Right.
Yeah, or companion.
Okay.
I know companions don't count, but yeah. So I have 3 leaders, Gimli, and then I have 4 regulars and 3 elites. I am going to choose to play a card.
So you're attacking Mount Gundabad.
I'm attacking Mount Gundabad. You have a elite and 4 regulars.
I'm not gonna play a card.
Okay. So mine is before lowering my leader reroll, I can forfeit the leadership of one companion participating to automatically change 1 missed die roll to a hit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts. Okay.
Okay. So I'll be rolling.
Alright.
We'll both be rolling 5, I think. Yeah.
Yep, because that's the maximum you can roll
Right.
at once, right?
Yeah.
And so you hit on a 6, I hit on a 5 or 6.
Yep.
But you can change one into an automatic hit.
Exactly.
Okay. Cool. All right, here goes nothing.
Come on, 6s. Ooh.
2. And I don't have any leaders, so I don't get any rerolls.
Okay, but you did hit
And-
2.
Yep.
Okay.
And you get 2 rerolls.
So I hit
because you
1.
forfeited.
I get 3 rerolls because I forfeited Gimli's, but I have 3 leaders.
Don't you leave? Oh, you do. Look at that.
Okay, come on.
Gosh.
Gotta get
All right.
1 more 6 would be a lifesaver here. Oh no. Okay. All right.
So I lose 1.
Yep. Well, you lose 2 because one of mine was automatically changed with my card.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that you also got a 6. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. So you can either
that's
just
all right.
remove the elite or remove, like, downgrade elite and remove a regular or 2 regulars.
I'm just gonna remove the elite because if I
Yeah.
remove the elite and or downgrade and
the
remove,
number
that'll
becomes
at the
exactly.
same. Yeah.
Okay. And
it'll be
I'm
the same.
so you got 2 hits, right?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to remove an elf regular and downgrade an. Hang on. Oh no. I'm going to. Okay. I'm going to remove a north regular. And I'm going to remove a north or an elf regular. And I will continue the siege by removing a elf elite, and he's not supposed to go there, and replacing it with an elf regular.
Okay. You still got 5 units, eh?
Yes, I have. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, exactly. And then Gimli does count as 1, so I would have 6, but yep. And I will
yep, that's
choose to play a card.
Let's see.
Oh, oops, I misread that one. That's okay. Yeah, we'll still do this one.
All right. Yeah. I'm. No, I'm not gonna play a card.
So mine is a shield wall. Before you remove casualties inflicted by your opponent's combat roll and leader reroll, if you score 2 or more hits, I get to cancel 1 of them. So just
Nice.
hoping to go a little longer here.
Been saving up some of these cards for this, eh?
I have been. All right.
Yeah.
So 5 dice, and you get
And
4.
I get 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, a few 6s. 1 6. Okay,
6,
I can
5.
do that.
I got 1 5.
Okay, and I get to reroll all 5, I think, because Gimli has 2. Oh no, Gimli doesn't count
Gimli
for
only has
Rose.
one.
Gimli rolls 1. Yep. Okay. So 4.
Yeah, so you get 4.
Come on. One more 6. Oh,
Oh,
that hurts.
right. So I lose 3 and you lose 1, huh?
Okay.
Oh, man.
I'm going to remove an elf regular.
Okay.
No. I'll remove a north regular. Okay. I'm gonna downgrade my north elite to continue. I think I have to at this point. I'm not going to play a card.
I'm not going to play a card either.
Okay. So I only have...
So with my...
Well, I have 5 this time,
One
still, because of Gimli, thankfully. All right. Come on.
Can I get
1
my
6.
Lonely one.
1 6.
Oh, it's a 4.
And a 6. All right. I'm just not going to reroll.
All right. All right. You took it.
Gundabad's... Oop, I just moved mountains. That's not intentional. Okay. Oof.
So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units there. Interesting. Okay. Okay, sorry. It's my turn again, correct?
It is your turn again.
Okay. Let me think. Okay. I have an idea. I'm going to use a muster action to activate Saruman's special ability. So I get to recruit 1 regular Isengard unit in every Isengard settlement. Okay. You were anticipating that, I take it?
A little bit, because I have not had a Will of the West, and we will. I'm sure you will see all the cards that I could be playing right now. That
Right.
is killing me, but okay.
And okay, so to clarify, Dunland, both of those are clearly settlements, but Orthanc is also a settlement, correct? Even though it's a stronghold, it's a point where I can reinforce, right?
I believe so. Let me. Okay. Yes, a town, town, city, or stronghold. So not a fortress, but anything like that basically has those markers. So, yep.
Okay, well, that's my muster action.
Okay. And my muster action. Can't do too much. I will. I'm going to muster a... Okay. Gosh, I really don't know at this point. I am accosted on all sides. I'm going to bring an elf elite to Rivendell for my muster action. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay, I'm going to use the army action
Okay.
and move these Isengard Urukai up here. 9. Okay. And I'm also going to move a number of units from my number 1 army in Minas Morgul into South
Okay.
Ilithian. So that's 1. So I've got 3, so I can move up to 7.
Yeah.
So it's 4, so I can do another 6. Let's see if I can fit them all in. Hey! Cool, and I'm just going to move these 3 back
Okay.
here. Okay. And
Your turn again.
then, yeah, I am going. Let me just think about something real quick. Alright, so I just want to clarify. No, okay, I'm going to do this. Alright, I am going to use the character action
Okay.
to. Let me just make sure I've got this. I can move all Nazgul and minions.
Yes.
Alright, so I'm going to do that to move the Witch King and all of my Nazgul. And to. No. Not that. Come on. To there. Cool. I think that's all of them. Oh, no, one more. There. Alright. Cool, so that was one character action. Then I'm going to discard one of the Elven Rings.
Yep.
What discard them to? I'm just going to put them below the board
Yeah, I
here.
don't know a good spot. That's fine.
Okay, I'm going to change this to a character action
Okay.
to attack Moria.
Okay. I'm going to retreat into a siege.
That's what I thought. And, you know what?
Oh, yep.
No, I mean, I'm still going to do that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to have to put a, I think
Oh,
I'm gonna have
yeah.
to
That's probably.
token in here.
It's a bit of a big army you've got going there.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But is it these tokens? Is it per turn or per?
I
phase?
believe it's one per round. But that is a very good question. Go to the index here. Okay. Elven Rings summary. Where was that? I thought we had an index, but that's okay. Oh, Elven Rings, page 21. Okay. Only one Elven Ring may be used by the same player during the course of a single turn. So a turn is a single game turn, which is all 6 phases. So yeah, you can only use one per,
Okay.
like action dice round. So
Right. So I am currently besieging Moria.
yep.
Okay. I forgot I had done this. Okay. I'm going to use an event action to play a card.
Okay.
I'm going to play the Fighting Urukai.
Ah,
So the siege lasts for 3 combat rounds instead of 1, so I don't have to eliminate any elites.
okay.
During the first round, the Free People's player cannot use a combat card unless a
Okay.
companion in the battle, which I don't believe you have a
I do
companion
not.
there.
Okay.
And so you've got 4, or Oh, you've only got 3 units.
Only got 3
And
units.
2 leaders. Okay.
And you have a whole lot of rerolls.
Oh boy. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you choosing to play a combat card?
No.
Okay.
Because I get 3 combat rounds with this.
Yes.
Now I forget. I'm gonna look up the combat here.
So a round is playing a combat card. We do a combat roll,
Yep.
leader reroll,
Okay,
casualties.
so that's the full thing. Yep. So I get to do that without needing to sacrifice a elite. Okay.
Okay.
Fascinating. All right.
All right.
So you get 3. I get 5 to
Yep.
start.
I score 1 hit. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
No way.
Oh. And I get to. So I'm gonna re-roll 2 of those.
Yep, and I'm gonna I have 2 rerolls as well.
Yep. So did you get any hits on me?
I got
forgot.
1 hit and then I got a second hit. So
Okay. So I'm gonna keep those 6 and. Nope. No
okay.
dice there.
All right. So
So I lose 2 and you lose 3.
I think I'm going to. Okay. I don't know if this is the right move. Oh, not a leader. I'm gonna remove an elite completely. Oh no.
6,
Yeah,
7.
I'm gonna remove an elite completely and replace an elite with a regular. Okay.
All right. So you got 2 now,
Yep.
and I've still got 5.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Are you choosing to play a card?
No. Are you?
I am not. Okay.
Okay. All right.
If you
I
could
got 1.
stop rolling 6s, I got 1. Okay. I get to reroll 1 because I mean I could reroll 2, but now I got to reroll my 6.
And
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
get one.
re-roll 4.
Yep.
Get to re-roll 4. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Ooh, and there's another.
Okay.
So you got 1 hit on me.
I got 1 hit. You got
Yeah.
1 hit.
I got 2 hits.
Or sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm gonna remove my elite. All right.
Okay.
Oof. Your last attack. Are you choosing to play a
This
card?
is- So I got 6. Oh right, because we determined,
Yeah.
Witch King doesn't count for anything. Yes, I am. I
Okay.
don't want to, but
I
I think
am-
I need to.
I'm not.
Okay. Both
Okay.
armies add 1 to all dice on
Ooh.
their combat roll.
Okay.
Your reroll.
I'm in trouble. There we go.
Yep. All right. Here come 5.
6.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, you killed me.
Didn't even need it.
Reroll. You remove 1. All right.
Okay.
Good job. I thought I could get a win there.
Well, I'm embarrassed. I didn't think of this last turn. I could have been working on this for 2 whole game turns and just
Almost had you there. Oh man.
oh, nice, and single-handedly extend the game. All right. Cool.
All right, your move.
Yes, I am going to use my event action, which that's what that was, to play. Let me make sure this is the right one. The Give It to Us special token.
Okay. Yep. All right.
And
That's all.
my
of our-
goodness.
Wow.
that's-
Wow.
that-
Okay. So I'm still at 2 of 4. 0 4. Okay.
Just switching off
Yep. seems to be what's going on here.
All right, I think that does it for the moment.
Okay.
Throw him out of his home.
Nope. All right. We have 2 out. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Cool. I think we can. May take me a little bit to remember any strategy I was going for, but we will go from there.
What's the strategy? Oh boy.
Start turn 8. All right. Cover action dice and draw event cards.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay. All right. I just read mine. Are you good to continue?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
I am not going to declare. Oh, well. Nope, I do. I'm not going to declare or change the guide. We'll see. Okay. On telecation, you don't have to put any in there if you don't want to. You can put up to 5.
Okay, so that one. Oh, I'm not. Oh gosh. No, I don't think I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Yeah. I can see the appeal of doing it early, though. No, I've got plans. I will not do that.
Okay. Well, then. Okay. Roll action dice. Wow, only one eye. Okay.
Oh, there he is. Okay. I couldn't find my Witch King
Okay.
for a second. I was
Gotcha.
concerned. Like, where is that guy? Okay. Let me see what I got for it. All right, one eye. All right.
Well, I think I need to. We're gonna go right out to Will of the West, And we are going to bring out Gandalf the White.
Okay.
So we will replace.
One ring to rule
And then this will go into my used action dice for next turn.
fight.
Okay.
Okay. Good deal. Is Strider's still part of the... Okay. Alright. Minas Tirith, Dol Amroth, Peligir. Where's Dol Amroth? Gotcha. Okay, so the Gondorian cities. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Let me back to the handy dandy guide and figure out what all these dice do again. All right. All right. Okay, so that's not what I want. Okay, I'm going to use a muster and get Moria is Sauron. So actually, this will go over here
Okay.
with this army. I'm just get one
Yep.
one elite.
All right.
Okay, and the Witch King doesn't count against army total because he's a character, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Onward.
All right. I'm torn. Okay, we are going to move the Fellowship.
Ooh.
So you get to perform a hunt.
Okay, remind me. I draw a tile. Is that correct?
Nope. So you roll one die for each eye you have in the box. So one, and on a 6 you get to draw a tile.
Right. Okay.
And if you had any Nazgul in the location of the Fellowship, last known location, you would get a reroll. So.
Right.
And then, oops, I'm supposed to put that there, which gives you a +1 next time.
Oh. Free corruption. Okay. Huh. Oh, excuse me.
Are you looking at the helpful guide, or are you okay if I flip through it?
I was just looking for one.
Oh, good. No, take your time.
No, I think I think the answer I'm looking for is actually in the rule book. So
Okay.
let's just do, okay. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm going to use. I'm going to use my other muster die and get a second Sauron Elite.
Okay.
Same place. All right. Back to you.
Okay. We are going to. We're going to risk it and move again.
Okay. All right, so I roll one die.
One. And I believe it's a 5 or 6. Okay, well.
So I did get a 5 the last time. Is it a 5 or
Sorry,
a 6
so it's
that I get?
6 always, but since I moved once, then the next time I move, you get a +1 to it, and then so like each time I
so
move,
this
it gets
time-
more dangerous for me on a turn. So
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So that was a 1, so that didn't do anything. Ah, well. Okay, I am perfect. I am going to use one of my army actions and move 2 armies.
okay.
I'm going to leave behind. Actually, no, I'm not going to leave any behind. And then I'm going to move these 3 up here,
Okay.
back to AMR. No, no. Off. Okay. And yeah, let's do that. Cool.
Okay. What do I want to do here?
Did anything break?
One of the boxes in our room fell over.
Oh.
Emily's picking it up. Just
Oh, no.
afraid everything broke. Oh well. I don't think there was anything fragile in there, but it's fine. Oh, it had sidewalk chalk in it. So that's all blown out.
Okay. Then I'm gonna try. I am torn here.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's I'm gonna play card. Between 2. I'm gonna go for the riskier one. Challenge of the King. Play if Strider Aragorn. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Don't look at that.
Yes.
They both have if Strider, and I picked the wrong if Strider. So
Gotcha.
All right.
Okay.
there you go. Athelas. Roll 3 dice and heal 1 corruption point for each die result of 5+.
Oh.
If Strider's a died, I get to roll 3+. So,
Oh, nice.
so that's right.
All
3
right.
die I get to roll. Yep. All right. Come on.
Yep.
Come on. Oh,
Are
that
you
is
kidding
that
me?
is. I could have used those rolls when defending, but I'll take them now, I suppose.
Oh.
So our corruption goes back to 0.
No.
All right.
But it was bad.
Ah.
Okay. Oh, that's rough. Okay. Well, we'll see how this goes.
Where's our dis? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All you.
Let me remember exactly what I can do. Okay. Okay. So I think I know what I want to do. I'm going to use a character die to move this monster army into Lorien.
Okay.
So I'm actually gonna remove these guys over to the army off to the side. I'm just gonna move them
Okay.
here for now, just so they're all together.
That is a
Okay.
terrifying army.
Yep. That in Lorien especially, that's not
Yep.
a pretty sight. All right, then I'm gonna use another character die to press the siege of
Okay.
Lorien. Yep.
So
Okay, now I gotta look at the cheat sheet and remember how combat, the steps of combat, more than anything else. Right.
I have an
Alright,
elite and a
there you
regular.
Yep. Attacker hits on a 6, defender hits on a 5 or 6. Okay, cool. Alright, so I think I play combat cards first.
As the attacker, yes. So would you like to play one? You don't show it, you just choose if you're playing one, or tell me if you're playing one or not.
Right. And the maximum hand size is 6, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Huh. Hmm. I will not play a combat card.
Okay. I will not as well.
Okay. So now,
You roll 5 and I roll 2.
right. Max 5. Okay. There we go.
And I hit on 5 or 6. You hit on 6s only. So
Alright.
no hits.
But I have
Yep. You
5 Nazgul.
Oh, that's right. Yep. So you get to reroll all 5. I forgot
I
which
get
army was
5 rerolls,
attacking.
right?
So.
Okay. Alright. So, yeah, that's correct, right? 5 rerolls?
Yep. Yep. You get technically up to 5, but since you didn't score any hits, Ooh.
That's incredibly disappointing.
That was a rough.
My goodness. All right, I will demote an elite. All right, is it just remove or is it's demote?
It's
right?
demote. Yep.
Okay, cool. So I'm demoting an elite,
Okay.
and I will continue the attack. And whoops, wrong button.
All right. Would you like to play a card?
I will play a card.
I will not. All right.
I'm going to play Devilry of Orthanc.
Ah, of course.
Yep. So now I do hit on a 5 or 6.
Yep. All right.
Okay. And you still get your 2?
Still get my 2.
1.
1 hit. Oh, I got 1. I almost had 2 there.
Yeah. All right, so I will reroll 4.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, hey, Daniel.
That's
It's
2 hits.
probably my favorite game that
Okay.
I play, board game.
Not that I can do anything with that, because I would have. You have an elite, right?
Yep. So I'm. Doesn't really.
That
Well,
line?
okay.
That is weird. Okay.
Because if he downgrades and then removes, it's the same as removing. Well, I have no regulars to downgrade to. Oh man, you've killed so many elf elites. All right.
Just out of curiosity, Helm's Deep. Where's the army for Helm's Deep?
I believe you took Helm's Deep. What? Well, no, because we didn't flip that as a good.
Did I or didn't I?
I mean, there's
can't
no
remember.
army there, so I feel like you would have had to. Yeah, there's dead Rohan soldiers, so
Okay.
I will. We can flip that
Okay.
control marker.
Okay, so that should have been 1. Okay. Sorry.
Nope, no, I didn't notice that either. Good catch.
Oh, yeah, no. Sweet.
Okay. So you took out 2. I took out my elite. Would you like to down? And then you took out one of your casualties.
Not yet. I'm going to take out an Isengard. Yes, I will downgrade the other elite. Go into the very wide shot to get 1 regular out. And right, so I should have 9. Okay, and then this gets discarded.
Yep. So you can still roll a 5. Would you like to play a card?
Oh man. No, I will not. I'm not going to.
Okay.
Come on, I just need 1 more hit.
All right. I get 1. Come on, at least take one of them out with you.
Oh.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna reroll 5.
Okay.
Come on, come on, come on.
There it is.
Yes!
Ah,
All right.
nice one. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Lorien has the elves are really no more in Middle Earth at this point. That's hard to see.
Well, you've got the Woodland Realms and Rivendell, so. Oh well, I guess you don't have a ton in the way for.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah. Oops. I do need to lose a unit though, right?
You
Yeah,
do.
So
Yep.
I will lose. Here's someone on regular. Okay. All right. So. Okay, Isengard, Helm's Deep, had fallen, huh? Huh. Okay. Kind of forgot about that, so I had planned on doing something different.
I was gonna say because you could have used your character die there, but that makes sense if you were waiting on a. Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed. Things. So any card that refers to where the fellowship is, that's talking about when the fellowship is revealed, correct?
Yes. So the last revealed location of the fellowship.
Okay. All right. Okay. Character die. All right. Well, let's do this first. I'm going to draw a card. Check. I'll take one of these. Okay, all right. That's useful.
You drew a card, or?
Yes, I drew a card because
Oh, I see. Yeah.
yeah, you had. I had been saving that to play a card, but it didn't work out that I needed it. Ooh, how do you rotate them?
Q and E when you're holding something. So.
Oh, cool. All right, I'll have to play around with that later. I feel like I should take my turn.
Oh, I mean, you're just kind of showing off with all those die you have over there. So.
A little bit. I mean, you got 5 now. That's pretty good.
I made a mistake this last turn too. I misread a card, so that's all right. Well.
Oh, did you? Oh. Whoops. Okay. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use the character to move all of my minions and Nazgul.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just separate them out a little bit so I can. There.
Sure hope you don't move Saruman everywhere. Oh wait, he can't move.
He's
He's
just stuck there.
Just sitting in his tower.
Yeah. He's pointing at Gandalf now, though. So.
I was playing with the rotations there.
Oh, wow.
Trying to subliminally message you what I want you to do, you know? Like, go attack Gandalf and I'll attack Sauron. That's kind of the goal, but...
Okay. Oh. Interesting. Okay. I missed that when we were looking before. Oh, okay. I played the Witch King run. Oh well.
For now,
I'm going.
you didn't play a card the first combat?
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't draw a card after my first combat. Yeah.
You didn't play
Play
a
it
card for
to
your first...
draw one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I noticed that too late. We'd already finished the combat. I was like, oh, I wish I would have remembered that to let you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna move all these guys into whatever this area is.
Oh no.
Yep. And then I'm gonna use my army action to attack Osgiliath.
I absolutely
That's pretty
should
fun.
have played the
Okay.
card that I was referencing earlier. All right.
Yep.
So,
Gondor moves down on the political track first of all,
yep.
so we don't forget.
That is a good call. Okay. You're making Gondor
Okay.
angry.
Yep. Yeah, they can fine. They can be angry.
So I gotta remember how this works.
With the fortification.
Yeah, that means for the first one only, you have to roll 6s, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so you'd already checked. Great.
Yeah. And since this is a field battle, does the fortification count as a stronghold?
No.
Okay, so you can only retreat into strongholds. Okay.
Yep, so strongholds are only the squares, cities, and fortifications do not count, and towns don't count. So.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna commit all of them.
Okay.
Not really a big surprise there.
That's
I am
one
gonna
thing Okay, sorry. I just couldn't remember. We
move
may
them
have
to the side.
committing. I think it doesn't really affect this fight at all. But I thought we may have made a mistake there last time. So let me double check on that. I'm just pulling up the rule book.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, cool. That's what I thought.
Okay. So
Excuse
let's
me?
see. Okay.
Cool. All right. So
Okay. So just so
I-
you know, when
Okay.
you win, so I think one thing we did wrong last time, let me double check, is sorry, at the end of a field battle, you can either cease the attack or retreat, which is different than a stronghold. But at the end of a sorry, I keep scrolling down. There's one thing I wanted to check on, and now it's not going to show up, is it? Okay. So you don't have to move all of the people you commit into in a field battle into the region that you conquer, just so you know. So I think we had played that way yesterday, or last time we played. Does that make sense?
So if I have 10 units and I use all of them to attack, they don't all have to move in.
Nope, you can move like 5 in. So
Okay.
if you win, the attack, like the committing to an attack, is if I play a card that eliminates a certain number of units or something like that. The units you don't commit aren't affected by that. So that's kind of where you might not want to do that. So yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Now, is that something we do with each combat round, or
That
And I
is determined, from my understanding, that's determined with the action die results. So you say, when you're
Okay.
attacking, this is who I'm attacking with. Yeah.
okay? In that case, I am going to. So if I only commit, I'm thinking back to the RTFM, because I thought he said something like, if you say you have 10 and you only commit 5, you don't have to move them all into the unit, but you can't move any that you didn't commit.
Exactly.
Does that
So
sound
yeah.
right?
So like if you
Okay.
say, so out of the 10, if you commit 5, you can move all 5 in if you win, but you don't have to move all 5 in if you win. But the other 5, they can't do anything. They have to stay back. So
Right. I will continue attack. I will continue with. I'm going to use everything, move everything in,
okay.
and I'm going to not play a card.
All right. I am going to not play a card. I do not like where this is going here, Charles. That's all I got to say. All right. Ready to roll?
Yep. And so on this one, I only make.
You only hit on
sixes.
6s. And I hit on a 5 or 6. Oh, come on.
All right, no hits there.
Okay.
And then I 5 rerolls.
Yep.
Oh!
Oh, all right.
Nice.
Well, they did not make it.
Okay. The Shadow Army in Osgiliath. Okay.
You know, I don't want to
Cool.
jinx myself, but you were telling me how I commented on not rolling well in combat last game, and so far that seems to be the case tonight, at least. So I don't like where this is
Tonight,
going.
Excuse me.
All right, that was all your dice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
All right. So you took Osgiliath. That's not a town, so we don't have to flip anything. All right. You're at 4 of 10 victory points. That's rough. Okay. Are you good to keep playing for a little bit? Not sure what your schedule
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like. All right.
That's it.
Cover action dice. Draw cards.
At least, hopefully, one more.
Now, did it draw extra cards for you?
I feel like
It drew 4
Yeah.
cards for me.
I think so, because I thought I only had 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it drew 4.
Okay. I would take the 2 rightmost of each type, so the rightmost dagger one and the rightmost, like if you flip them, it'll have the muster one, and put those back on top of your deck if you're all right with that.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that way we're.
Because it did the same thing for you.
Yep. So that we're putting the same one back. Okay.
Okay. So.
Oh, and then I believe. So you defeated the army. Does that affect the muster track?
The political.
The political track, yeah.
I don't believe so.
Because I know
believe it's
conquering like a city does. In addition, so it's like you can get 2 that way. I don't know if defeating an army did or not.
Nation advances when one of its armies is attacked, or one of its towns, cities, or strongholds is captured.
Okay.
But since that was a fortification, I don't think.
Yep, nope, that's what it is. I just wanted to double check there. So.
Okay.
Okay. Are you good to move on to rolling dice?
Yes.
Or I guess, sorry, I'm not going to change the guide or declare the position.
Right.
All right, you have to allocate 1, which I think the game did for you. Would you like to allocate any more? So that's the number of eyes, or the number of dice in that is the number of die you get to roll against my, like, for a hunt. So.
Yeah, I'll put 1 more in.
Okay. All right.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm alright with that.
Here we go. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
So.
Well, that's a bad round for me.
Well, it also means, I mean, I was kind of switching my strategies there. Now I gotta redo the whole pot. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
This is very interesting. I don't know what I want to do here.
It's funny, you actually have more actions than I do.
That's weird. Okay. Yeah, but they're all movements, and I can't move. See, that is an issue here.
Oh no.
Okay.
Three out of 7 came up eyes. That's wild.
Yeah, I'm very conflicted right now. This is just uncomfortable in all cases. Okay.
Yeah, this is gonna be an odd one, I think. Hmm.
Oh, I missed. Okay. All right. Oh dear. All right. I will. Sorry, I am very. This changed a lot of things for me. So, I saw one game I was watching. I forgot. It was the second round, and the Shadow player rolled 2 Palantirs, so for card actions, and 5 or whatever the rest of them were eyes. So all they could do was play 2 cards, and the player won on that one because he was able to get 2 strongholds. It was crazy. So.
Wow. Yeah, a bad roll, a bad turn like that can really take it out of you.
Yep. Okay.
Rearrange these a little bit.
Okay.
Hard decisions.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I'm really slowing it down.
No, take your time. This is gonna be tough. Tough round for both of us.
Yep. Okay. Okay.
Your elf regulars in your graveyard was upside down somehow.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry for that
Sorry.
delay. I think what I'm
No,
going to do is Actually, this might be a good time to. Oh no. Okay. Yep. Then we will do. I'm going to use one character action die and move this army there. So I believe Mount Gudabad remains captured, right?
It should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe that's how. I just wanted to double check. Okay.
I don't think you need to leave any units with it.
And I'm gonna do that.
Yup. Okay. I am going to let me okay. Let me just double check that I'm not missing something. So I could do that. Okay. Now I know what I'm going to do. I am going to use my muster die to move the Southrons down.
Okay. Ooh,
Yeah.
interesting. All right. I am going to use another character action die to attack Angmar. And I'm going
to move into
to
siege.
commit.
Oh wait, no, it's a city. Never mind.
It's a city, yeah. So I have
Yep, never mind.
Gimli, 3 regulars, an elite, and 3 leaders. So,
And Gimli counts as a combat unit, right?
yes.
If can add one of this. Cool. All right, so. Ooh.
I am.
Oh well, Okay, cool.
Okay, I'm actually going to. Okay, I'm going to play a card. Are you gonna? Oh no.
Okay.
Okay.
Read it all the way through again.
Oh no. I keep getting confused with the. It's like I read the requirements of the top one and then the actions of the combat one instead of like the requirements of the combat one. So I thought I couldn't play it. So yes, I will be playing a card.
Okay, I will not.
Okay. I'll be playing Sudden Strike. Before the combat roll an additional attack using a number of dice equal to your leadership, which I believe is 5. Or
You've got
4.
1, 2, 3. Gimli, I believe, is 1 leadership. I think
Yeah.
that's what the lower number means.
I believe
So
you're...
4.
Well, let me just double check. But I think
Okay.
you're right. I just always get the 2 symbols confused, so... Okay, characters. Nope, yep, that's their level. Oh, so it's level, and then the other one is leadership. So, yep, 4. Okay. So I get to roll 4 die, and then I do have to hit on only 6s, but
So before the combat roll. Okay, so this, but then your actual combat roll, you also only hit on 6s, correct?
correct. Yep.
Okay.
So fortresses are the only, or no, are cities the same where it's not always 6, or
Yeah, cities, it's only the first round of
okay.
combat. I'm just not sure for the purposes of this card. I assume you still only hit on 6s?
Yes, because it's not a combat roll; it's a different. So I will double check. So. Yep. Okay. So.
So you roll 4. Hey.
Yep. Because this is so within the first round of combat. So.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was
Sixes.
interpreting it as well.
1/6. All right.
Okay, so that, and it's applied immediately.
Applied
so
immediately. So yep, you take out one of your characters, and now
So
we roll
then-
for the actual one. So I get 5,
have-
and you get 2.
2. Alright. I hit 1.
And I hit 2.
Holy moly!
I will not reroll.
Alright, so I lose my 2. And you lose 1.
Yep. I don't want to take out an elf, but I will. Alright. Then I'll move everyone in and flip that. Oh, nope. Alright. That was good.
That was
Okay. That is my turn.
Alright, so you got your 3 then. Alright. I'm going to use a mustard eye
Okay.
to move the southern ones to
Okay. There's the lovely music.
That's so sweet to my ears.
Alright, I'm going to use a die to play a card. I'm going to play Through a Day and a Night. Play if a Free People's Army containing a companion. Move the army containing the companions up to 2 regions. So I'm going to move them 1, 2 to here.
Interesting. I may have to Google a rules clarification.
Okay.
So
Take
give
your
me, give me
time.
one moment.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Frequently asked questions. Here we go. Hopefully this has what I'm looking for.
If it's somehow something you can ask in code, feel free to let me know, but I don't want to throw off your strategy, but I'm happy to help since it is one of my early games and your first game.
Yeah.
So
It's not. I probably will. I was just hoping there'd be an easy answer because it seems like something that would probably have been asked before.
Okay.
So, hoping. Okay. Cards. Is there a section on cards? lot of questions in this. Okay, I don't think this has the question I'm looking for. All right, so which is this? I have a card that lets me, similar to what you just did, move an army,
Yep.
but it says the movement must end in a region already occupied by another shadow army.
Yes.
If it's a stronghold that I own, but does not have any units in it, does that count as a shadow army? Because I would say no, but it seems odd that you would exclude that.
I would say no because like they say army, specifically combat units, which are like elites and regulars.
Right.
So, yeah.
And
Like-
that's
like
what I
a-
was
A
expecting.
Nazgul wouldn't count
Yeah.
for that either.
True. Okay, that's fair.
Because that could be like a workaround, but no, that one won't work. So
Okay, so how do I want to play this? Okay, yeah, we'll do that. All right, I'm going to use my army muster die
okay.
for the army action, which is what I meant to do, not roll it. And I'm going to move my number 1 army to the Dimrill Vale,
Okay.
and this army from Helm's Deep into the West Net,
Oh,
Or however you pronounce that.
interesting.
which I believe means I can
That-
flip
yep.
this, right?
Yep.
But not these two.
And so I can no longer recruit there. Is that significant?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
Cool. All right, so you have 2 more die. I have 1 more die.
Okay, I'm going to use a leader die to move everyone to Holland here.
Consult the cheat sheet. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Oh. Really? All right. I really don't want to, but I'm going to use the other elven ring I have.
Yeah.
Or the, yep, yeah, sorry, and I'm going to use it as an army die
Okay.
to move an army here. And this would be a good one to go. And I'm going to move these 3 from Dol Guldur up into the Narrows. Yeah. All right, that's
Okay.
all my die.
All right. All right. Then I will. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of my cards here quick.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I mean, you wisely didn't move the fellowship, but that really hurts. Waste my
Yes.
turn, all those dice.
It
Oh,
it does not feel good to do that. I don't know if this is the.
that's not what I wanted.
Sure. All right. We're gonna use a action die to play. I wish I was saving this, but I will go alone. Play if at least one companion is in the fellowship. Separate one companion or one group of companions and move them an extra region. And so that means I'm gonna separate. Oh, maybe I'm changing my mind.
They could go pretty far if you wanted them to.
Yeah. They can go 4, or I guess 5 plus their travel. So
Yeah.
okay.
4 plus the travel plus 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with what my original plan was. So I'm just gonna separate Strider. I'm going to make. Hey Peppers, how it's going? Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to separate. Okay, yeah. I'm going to separate Boromir as well. And Legolas will become the guide. Okay. And so they are going to travel
Drider and Boromir are coming out, hey?
Yep. I just need to make sure I calculate this right. So this might be changing, but so we use the highest level, which is 3, which means it should be a max of 8.
Holy moly. And you can move through, like, my strongholds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, each time I count, I get a different one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I think I can reach Minas Tirith with 8. Is that correct?
That's what I get, yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to bring them down to Minas Tirith. Buckle up, Denethor. Okay. Hey, John, thanks for stopping by. Alright. That is all my actions. What a round. That was a weird one. I don't know how to feel about what happened there.
Indeed it was. That's...
Okay. I am 1 point away. You are 6 points away.
Scary.
I was like very debating. I figured you remembered the Elven die, but I was like hoping you had him, but I
might
didn't.
not have.
I didn't catch. I thought I was gonna be one short of reaching Mori even with that card. Otherwise, I probably would have not attacked Angmar, but I miscalculated. So, like I could have left someone behind and just taken and tried to hold, but that's all right. So.
Yeah, and I was like, you just had the event die left, so I wasn't sure if you were gonna try if you had like a card that could get you into Moria. So it was like it was worth it to stretch, try to get him there.
Yeah.
Get them there, you know. Okay. Oh man.
Start turn 10.
Yeah.
All right. I only got 2 cards this time.
I believe I only got 2 as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is gonna be hard because there's a lot of good ones, and I did not get to use any of them. That's a good one.
Oh man, your move, like the Helm's Deep, is really messing because like you conquered Helm's Deep, but wait, you took a town. Does that increase, or is it just cities?
It should just be cities.
Okay.
So I have Helm's Deep.
Oh, sorry, no, I meant political track.
And Lorien. Oh.
I'm checking the or the.
No, I don't think that counts as a saddle. That's a good question. I haven't thought about that.
I don't know. All right. If an army containing its units is attacked, one of its regions is entered by an enemy army. So that would be you entering a region, right? Oh no, that's activating.
Well,
sorry,
but
sorry.
that's to become active. Yeah.
I was reading wrong.
So,
oh no,
towns, cities, or strongholds.
So that would.
So
count.
that would.
Yeah.
So Rohan is at war then.
Rohan's at war. Oh, I got it. Okay.
Man.
That makes me feel a little better here.
I'm glad for you. All right, let me.
Yep.
Did you discard your card? Because I'm still deciding.
I didn't have any to discard. I'm gonna run and refill my water though, if that's all right.
Oh.
So.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Okay. Cool. Hey guys, thanks for tuning in. I hope it's exciting. I'm kind of scrambling to stay alive as the Free Peoples, but it's been a good fight at least. I've come close to winning twice. Yeah, I'm hoping I can pull it off. So, to win as free peoples, I either have to get 4 victory points by conquering red cities and strongholds, or the Fellowship here has to make it all the way and dunk the ring in Moria. And
I'm
we
actually
are...
gonna go. I discarded, but I'm gonna actually go get some more water as well.
All right, not a problem. We are at 4 steps away from Rivendell, so we are pretty slow there. It's been a very military-focused game. So, isn't the sound okay? I had some music playing in the background since it's a lot of just staring at a board, but I want to make sure you could hear us still. And it is a long game, so yeah, I won't be offended if you drop out at any time.
That's true. If you market them as wall hangings, you can charge more.
All right. So, did you declare or change the guide?
I'm going to keep it as Legolas, and I will not declare.
Yep.
All right, you do not have to allocate any, but you can allocate at most 3.
I'm gonna allocate 1. Where's the box? All right. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Ready?
Not really, but here we go. Go ahead and hit continue.
Here we roll.
Ooh, all right. Those are...
Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to complain about that. I'm sure you have cards that help you win like last time, but... Ooh.
Interesting.
All right. Oh, this makes me nervous, but I'm gonna play it. Let me. Okay. Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, we're just going to... We're going to start with a leadership die. We're going to move and take this. I'm not having Saruman recruit 1 billion people again. Awesome, thanks, John.
It's not terrible. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to use a muster die,
Okay.
and I'm going to put an Isengard regular in Orthink, and the Sauron regular over here with the Moria army.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
We are going to move to South Dunland.
Oh, why not? I'll need that. I'll need either that or that for that. I have that and that. Okay, I'm going to use a muster die to put an Isengard Elite in Orthink. Or actually, no. Which would be better? No, yeah, it would be best to do this. Okay. So even if I use Saruman. Yeah, no, this is better. Okay. All right.
Okay. 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 I'm going to use an event action. Alright, let's see. To play the Ents Awake Treebeard. If Gandalf the White is in play and a companion is in Fangorn, which he is, roll 3 dice each for a result of 4+, score 1 hit against a Shadow Army and Orthanc. So, I'm going to roll 3 dice. And I hit on a 4+. Come on. One good roll. Yes, okay. So there's 2 hits. These are normal, so you could reduce your elite for 1, or just to take both of them.
So if I removed my elite and removed a regular, removed my elite, returned a regular. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay. And then you can play another character card, correct?
Yep. So I'm going to go for
Character
Broke here
event card.
and play the Ents Awake Hurons. Roll 3 dice. Come on.
What was the other one called?
2 hits.
Treebeard?
The Ents Awake Treebeard, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're essentially.
Yeah. Come on. 2 hits, 2 hits. No.
Okay.
Lucky.
1.
Okay. So Saruman lives. That was really what I was trying to do. I should have done it before your muster, but that's all right. Okay.
Oh, I definitely played those in the right order.
Yep, and now I can
think
play another card.
right? All right.
And so I think I'm going to play what else do I have here? Okay. All right, I'm going to play Paths of the Wozes. To war. We're going to ride out from...
So,
oh, God.
question.
Yep.
Real quick. What makes it a character event card? Is that
nope.
versus a...
I lied. You're right.
Okay. Character are the ones with
the daggers. Yep.
Yeah. And the strategy or the other. Okay.
Correct. And I'd actually remembered that, but then still played the other one. You know what? I've done that a lot this game, if you can't tell. So, yeah. That's right. I was going to instead... Good
Is there a
catch.
way to tell from the front which side they are?
Yes, it's the upper right corner.
Oh, my... Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Do I want to play this? That was I was deciding, and that's why I remembered. Okay. Sorry, I'm pausing here for dramatic effect, of course.
Of course.
Yep, I'm gonna then do. Doesn't really help me, but I think I want to play Gwahir the Windlords. Either separate from fellowship or move a companion or group of companions. And so I'm going to move Gandalf to Adoras.
Okay. All right. And so you've got a muster and a Will of the West, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, let's get this started. I'm gonna attack Minas Tirith.
I don't love that.
Hey.
I'm going to retreat into a siege.
Okay.
I'm sure you're shocked about that. Okay.
Just a little bit.
Now I can't recruit like I... that actually really messed me up. Okay.
Yay, I played them in the right order then.
You did. Okay. What do you have left? You have two. Okay, you have actions. So I think I have a suspicion on what one might be. It better not be that attack 3 times again, or Minas Tirith is gone. Or yeah, I'm just going to. I'm gonna use a Will of the West and bring out Aragorn, heir to Isildur.
Okay.
It can be under siege, I believe, unless I was wrong about that. Yep, just unconquered. Okay.
I bid you stand, men of the West!
All right.
Okay. Huh. All right. I'm going to use a... Whoa, that went all over the place. Shadow... I'm going to use... It was an event.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
Action. And I'm going to play Denethor's Folly.
Ooh, I don't love that. What is that?
Yeah. Immediately eliminate one Free People's leader in Minas Tirith.
Okay.
And I think you only have the one.
Yep.
Alright. Then, when Denethor's Folly is in play, Free People's player cannot use combat cards for battles fought in Minas Tirith.
Oh no.
You can discard using a Will of the West or any action die if Gandalf or Aragorn is in Minas Tirith. So this may not last very long, but, you know, it's there. Alright. Over to you.
Yeah, I'm going to. Oh gosh. Any divers. Okay. I mean, you could attack on this one. I don't fully know, so I'm gonna take a muster, and we are going to put a Rohan Elite in Edoras.
Oh, and Gondor is at war now.
Yes, sorry.
'Cause I-
You moved in, or you put under siege. Okay. Just the dwarves not pulling their weight
It
now.
doesn't-
Yeah.
There we go. All right. There's one that's not at war.
If you want to go attack the dwarves to help me out here, that'd be great.
We'll see. I'd like to get Malthasar on the board. All right. So I'm going to use my other event action and play Shadows Gather.
Okay.
Move one shadow army up to 3 regions. Must end in a region occupied by another shadow army. Yeah. So that was the one I had a question about earlier.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
would have been nice to have more units in here, but you know,
Eh,
take what I can get.
not sure why that happened. Okay.
Yeah, I know, it's a strange thing, hey. All right. I think that's it, hey.
I think
Oh,
so.
yeah,
Sorry,
thank
I
you.
discard that for you. Okay.
No, I appreciate it.
And you took everyone from the Westmont. Yeah. Okay. Just trying to
Yep.
see what's going on. All right. Then let's continue. All right. 4 of 10, 3 of 10, 4 of 12. Okay. It is midnight your time. I don't know.
Yeah. I probably should call it for the night just
Okay.
because work and
I'll try to squeeze another round out of you, but that's
but-
probably
oh man.
a good thing to do. So.
Yeah. I do. I'm I think okay. I'm around pretty much the rest of the week. I don't think we have any. Do we have any plans this weekend? She's asleep. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we have any plans. So if another night this week works for you, let me know.
Tomorrow might. And did you have any interest in seeing if we could do that play test earlier on Thursday, or later, with Doug? If you're free that night, we could see if like he could do it at like 9 Eastern or something like that instead of 7 Eastern. Or if you were interested at all.
Yeah.
I just wanted to offer that.
I am interested. I haven't actually read through the rule book.
Neither have I. So, yeah.
Do you have any idea like how long it would go? Because I imagine starting at 9 Eastern, it's probably a couple hours.
He said like 3 hours estimated for learning and playing. I think if I'll check the invites, so like that would put you at like midnight Eastern if they were able to start late. So, or I don't know if 9's even a good time for you. That was just what I threw out, like asking. But.
That probably would be when I would start.
Hey John, it's
I'm not sure if this week is the best for me. I'd probably say, why don't you and Doug just play at the normal time, and I will hopefully be able to join in the future. I didn't mean to say that in the Discord when they said hello. So
yeah.
Let them know that I'm definitely still interested. But probably not this week, just because I think Friday's going to be a bit of a pain work-wise.
Yep, that is very fair. I just wanted to ask before I did anything. So.
No, I appreciate it, yeah. And if you mention that's why I joined, if you're talking to the developer, whoever's running this, that works for me.
Okay.
Cool.
Awesome.
Right,
well, good game. I took some screenshots. I can send them to you on Discord, so you have a board state, unless you took some. So
that would be good. I'm not sure how I would do that. So
I think
it's probably good that you're doing it.
12, but then you have to find them. So I'll just send them to you. So yep.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Good game. I'm really, this is one of those games where, I mean, as competitive as I am, it's like the story is so great that it's like I just love playing it. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
The Menacing of Moria.
I know.
Like many, many times.
Yep. Like I really have to write up just like we kept trading Moria back and forth, and I could have won, but then I couldn't. And yep. So.
Right. Man. Yeah, I definitely.
But besieging Minas Tirith, I can't give all my hand away, but that really messed up what I was going to do for the rest of those last two actions. So I will say that was a good move, but
it was tough. I could have done them in either order, and it was kind of a gamble whether or not you had something that could get the Elf Army to Orthanc. Right. You were definitely seemed to be trying to weaken it. So it was like, oh, how imminent is that?
Yep.
Okay. Well, cool.
Right. Well, have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, I'm sure. But then, I'll let you know about tomorrow. Otherwise, next week, I don't think I have any plans yet, so we could probably grab something there if we don't over the weekend. So.
Sounds good.
All right. See ya.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, John. It's Mortar versus Fellowship, so it's a 2-player or up to 4-player game, because you can do a Saruman and Sauron players, and then it's split between, I believe it's the elves and like Rohan, and then Gondor and the North and the dwarves here. So there's you go 3 to 4 players, but primarily it's all just, the base game is just the Free People versus Mordor. So 1 player or 2 players controls the Fellowship and the armies of the Free Peoples, and then the enemy controls Saruman, and the armies of the evil. I'm just taking a look at a few things here, then I'm gonna hop off. If anyone's still playing online, I might be around for a few minutes, but otherwise definitely play later this week. And if you ever want to try, it's a pretty complex game, but it's my favorite, so playing over TTS here or playing in person sometime, I will always take up that challenge if you're ever interested in learning. All right, cool. Well, I'm going to end the stream for now, and I will shoot you a message on Discord then. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Go ahead and start turn 12. Recover action dice. And draw event cards. Not move here. There. I guess I'll put. Then draw one from each deck. That was not a roll, sorry. Unless it was really good, then I might take it. But...
I forget. Do I leave the hunt, or do I get those back?
You get those back. You have to leave one if I moved last turn, but I didn't, so you get to. You'll in a sec. You'll get to choose how many to do, but you can take them all back for now.
I knew there was something like that, but I couldn't
Yep.
remember exactly. And then one from each, eh?
Yep.
Let's see what we got. Weird. Shouldn't contain it. Okay, alright, I think I'm good.
Okay. Next. Oh, it drew cards for us. If you just want to throw the right two cards back in their respective decks. Sorry.
That one? Okay.
All right.
I forgot about that scripting, huh?
Yep. Gets me every time. Okay.
It is nice. When you can remember.
Yes. Hide. Thinking for a sec. We're gonna try declaring the position of the Fellowship. So we will keep Legolas as the guide, but we will move our counter down to 0. It's at 4, and the Fellowship is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow, okay.
Emerald Dale. And so I don't have to take an extra. So if you would have revealed me on that path, I would have had to take an extra hunt tile for passing Moria. But since I declared myself, I skipped that. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, set of rules we haven't had to.
No, it's
work
been
with this game yet.
Been a strange game so far in that sense. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I will not, like I said, I will not change the guide. So I'll hit continue. All right. So now you can allocate action dice to the hunt box, and this is how many dice you get to roll. When I try to move for a hunt, you don't have to do any because I didn't move last turn. The max is 3 because that's the number of companions in the Fellowship still.
I have 9 die. Oh, that's a tough. But I think I'm gonna do 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 3. Okay.
Roll action dice. And I think that does it for us. They're all in the boxes. So I'm gonna...
I believe so.
Okay. There it goes.
Hey,
Yeah.
there you go. Flip them around. All right.
So you just got one eye in there. Don't love all these Palantirs here, but it looks like you have 2 as well, so... Alright. I also have to go first. I do not like that part. Attacking the Minister.
Yeah, I gotta remember exactly what I'm doing. Oh man. Okay. Now what are we? Well, that actually is pretty terrible. That's pretty terrible rolls I got there. Okay. Ah,
You can do something with it. Just
yeah, that's
eh,
yeah, it's something.
so.
All right.
We're going to. Oh gosh! All right. Gonna start by playing a mustard die. Well, I want to use any of those right now. We're gonna do a mustard die. We are going to muster a Rohan Elite and Eder.
Okay. All right. That stinks. All right. This is interesting. Okay. All right. Let me just double check the name. Okay, I'm going to use an event action to play a card.
Okay.
I am going to play. Okay, I'm going to. Which one? Sorry.
Oh, you're all right.
That's actually better. I'm going to play Candles of Corpses. We're going to play it down. I'll put it up here for you.
Okay.
All right. If the Fellowship is not in a region containing
nice.
a Free People settlement, roll 3 dice and add 1 corruption point on each result of 4 or more.
Okay.
And Gollum is not the guide, correct?
Gollum is not the guide, and then I'm just going to
Okay.
double check to make sure I can't like kill off a Fellowship member to absorb some of that. So, but yeah, go ahead and do your roll. That's a rough one.
That's roll 3 dice. 3 dice. Okay. And 3. Okay. And that is all right. So add 1 corruption.
Okay. Let's see. This card cannot be. Oh yeah, not a hunt, so I can't do anything to reduce it. All right.
Okay.
Well, there we go.
This
Frodo
gets-
tried on the ring.
Which?
I think that.
This card. There we go.
Yeah. I think I don't think it matters because they don't get reshuffled back ever. So.
Right. I could. It took me a second to remember.
Yep. Okay. We're going to. We're going to play Army Muster.
What's that let you do? Let's see.
Either army or do like an army move or a muster.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So are you mustering or are you moving or?
That's what I have. I thought I knew, but now I'm thinking. Sorry.
Okay.
So,
Oh, you know which dice, you just don't know which action.
yes, that is the dice I'm going to play.
Okay. And you could use that to do a sortie if you wanted, right?
I could write out a Minas Tirith. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
For this. Okay. Yeah. We're going to move, so I can move up 2 armies up to 1 space. I'm going to reclaim West Emmett. And I'm going to move these, and this is... Oh. This is now in free control, and I will move these guys.
Okay. Okay. Wow. All right. Okay, I'm going to use an event,
Okay.
and I'm going to play Orc Patrol,
Oh, nice.
so I get to draw a hunt tile.
Jeez.
All right.
Yeah.
If it is an I, all right, so just it
Oof.
is a 3,
Okay.
and I forget what that means.
So that means I take 3 corruption. I can either take it, or I could kill the leader of the fellowship to reduce it by their level, which Legolas is just 2. Or I could choose a random fellowship member to take some of it, which would be 1, because it'd be Merry and Pippin after that. Or I guess Legolas could come. So I don't...
And don't forget with the worn with sorrow and toil, if a companion is taken as a casualty, I can randomly discard
Ooh.
one of your event cards.
Oh. You know, I was actually wanting to move the fellowship a little bit. We were just beating them up this turn. We're going to take
I've been
4
waiting.
then. I don't want to lose my cards right now. Oh.
That's fair.
Those were good use
And
of
I
those
think-
Palantirs. So
Yeah. Okay. And it gets discarded if the fellowship is declared in an unconquered free people city or stronghold, which it is not. Okay.
Yep, and Lorien is currently under.
Yep.
So yeah.
All right. Okay. All right, back to you. You have more dice than I do.
That's weird. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Going to. I'm gonna play an army muster again. That was an army muster. Move. Okay. We're gonna move to Helm's Deep.
Yep. I figured that was coming.
Take that back. Okay, you brought that
Mm.
down. And then
So that was one. You still get to move one more arm.
I get
right?
to move one more army. Yep.
Okay.
I think I'll bring these guys down to here.
Hmm. Okay. What have you got? You got character. Your Gandalf was upside down, so I flipped him.
Oh, well, thank you.
Flipped him back up.
Yeah. I'm sure he appreciates it.
Yes, I'm sure he does. Oh. Man. Right thing to do now. Yeah, all right. I guess I'm going to do it. I'm going to use my army action
Okay.
to attack from Orthanc to the Fords of Ison.
I kind of thought that might be coming. Let's see.
Yeah, there were a couple of routes this could have gone down, but yeah.
Okay.
I think I did a few things possibly not in the optimal order this turn, so
Okay.
learning experience, but okay, so that's...
So you get to declare.
I need
Oh, yeah.
attack.
Okay.
Yeah, so I get to declare first.
And then you do have Saruman gives you one leadership. Well, so Hang on.
So Saruman doesn't, but the Isengard elites is considered to be a leader.
Oh, right. Yeah, he is. I forgot he's a level of 0. Yeah.
So I get 3 leadership in this arrangement.
Yeah.
Okay. So that doesn't. Nope. Ooh. Ah. I am not going to play a combat card.
Okay.
Not ideal, but again, do what you can.
Really torn on this one. We are. Oh. Sorry, I'm really not sure here. All right, we are going to play a combat card. So, I'm playing Daylight. The Shadow player rolls a maximum of 3 dice in his combat roll.
Oh.
And I think we can discard
this-
Orc Patrol. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just
Okay.
looking the wrong one.
So I have
Maximum of 3, huh?
3 dice plus I think Gimli counts for 1 or not. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, so you get 4 dice.
I get 4 dice.
And then
you only hit on
does
6s. I hit on a 5
for the
or
first
6.
round. Yeah.
For the first one. Yep.
And does Gimli count as a leader? I can't remember.
He does.
I
He
know
has
he
one.
counts.
He has 1 leadership.
Okay, so you have 4 leadership and I have 3 leadership. Okay.
Yeah. So let me.
Well,
Well, you might have 4 leadership. Let me double check. But I guess you can only use 3. So I think Saruman counts as 1 leadership.
Well, Saruman can't move, so he's not part of the battle.
Well, yes, but technically he just can't advance into the.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I believe
Okay.
I believe it's like he does count. Like he's attacking, but he can't advance into the region. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna check
I-
quick since this is a good. Yeah.
Yeah, I follow you, I think.
Okay, Saruman. Saruman can never leave the war thing. I'm just gonna double check because this is
Okay. It's an unusual situation. Yeah.
exactly. How often is
Not often.
Saruman commanding an army too?
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, a character can use his leadership in an attack, but moving is optional. The rule is he can't move into another region. So
Interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
so we each have 4 leadership then.
we each have 4 leadership. But again, you can only use 3 because you can only re-roll the number of
Right.
die that you roll. But yeah, so
for this turn. Yeah. Okay.
we roll.
All right. I'm ready when you are.
All right, go. On 5s and 6s. Ooh, okay, I got 2 hits.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
so you get to re-roll all yours at least.
yeah.
I'm taking 2
All right,
re-rolls.
here.
Nothing. All right.
Nothing.
Yeah.
All right. So I take 2 hits, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I want to take out 2 regulars, I guess. Hold on to that.
That leadership bonus is tough to.
Yeah, it really is. And
So now you can choose to cease the attack, and then after you choose, I can. If you choose to cease or press, I can then choose to retreat after that. So, or stay and defend.
Yep. I just realized why this might have been a bad idea. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, let's keep going.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna play a combat card, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. I don't know. You're really changing what I wanted to do this round. I think this might.
Does tend to happen a lot.
Yeah, this might end poorly, but we are going to play a combat card too.
Okay.
We're gonna play Farmir's Rangers. Before you remove casualties afflicted by your opponent's combat roll, need to roll. If you score 2 or more hits, cancel 1 hit.
Okay. All right. All right. So we each roll 4, and we each have 4 rolls.
Exactly. Okay.
And we each roll hit on 5s and 6s. Okay.
Of course, I discarded that before, so that's just that. If you score 2 or more, I can cancel 1. All right.
Yep. All right. You ready?
Here goes 4.
That's 2 hits from me.
Okay, 1 hit so far for me.
All right. I'm re-rolling 2,
Rolling 3.
and that's a second hit.
I had a sec, so you got 3 hits. I got 2 hits.
And you cancel out one of mine, so we each
Yep.
take 2 hits.
2 hits.
All right. I'm going to remove one of my elites then.
Gonna go Elf Elite. I'll just take out the Elf Elite. All right.
Okay. All right. I'm going to continue to press the attack. And no combat card.
So risky. Well, I could retreat. Alright. I'm gonna probably regret this, but I'm gonna play a combat card.
Okay.
Sudden Strike. For the combat roll, roll an additional attack using a number of dice equal to your leadership, up to a maximum of 5, and apply the result immediately. Really banking on that card to save Minas Tirith, so this either is gonna do good or it's gonna
Okay.
lose the game for me. So here
So you get to roll
4 dice.
4 die.
Yep.
And that just immediately happens, huh?
Immediately happens, so then it could affect how many dice you get to roll. So
Yeah, it definitely will.
5 or 6. Oh, that's
Oh!
yes. Okay, that was a much needed roll.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh.
3 hits. Oh wow.
Wow. I am going to have each of my elites. So that's 3 hits.
Yep.
I'm gonna have each of my elites take a hit and 1 regular. So I'm gonna remove the 2 elites and bring back 1 regular. I think.
Okay. All right.
Works out. And so we're already committed. So I still have to.
You still have to
continue.
go. So we're both roll. Well, I'm rolling 3
Yeah.
dice now. You're rolling 2.
Yep.
and
I
I
only
get-
have 1 leadership now.
Yep. And I get to reroll all of them. So at least we're going down with a fight, right? Unless you're.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. So looking for 2. Okay. Well,
Okay. Oof.
Okay.
Well, that was a rough roll for me.
and
Do it. Don't do it. Okay.
only 1.
And I got
Ugh.
2. So, which kills Saruman, I believe. If all the army units involved in a battle are eliminated, then all leaders, including characters that are part of that army, are also removed from play.
Wow. That. Wow. Okay. That went extremely poorly for me.
Yeah, that was a Yeah, sorry if you didn't know the Saruman bit on that, but also I didn't expect you to lose your army there. That was good.
No, that was a good play. All right, so Saruman's he's
Yeah,
discarded.
and then you will have to remove a dice from your used action dice for next
Yep.
turn. So, yeah.
All right, I'm not sure.
So you can any of these
if
three.
that's
You could.
scripted.
I don't think so. I think you can just grab the one of them and put it on like over here somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we can do that.
Okay.
That
All right,
there.
and it's my turn.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, it
Okay.
is.
So Gimli's gonna move into Orthing.
This is a bit of an ignominious end
Wow.
for the shadow player.
Yeah,
Wow.
I feel really bad about that attack. That was.
That backfired so bad. Like, I was hoping just a couple of good hits. It occurred to me much too late that you could have just I was trying to stop you from consolidating in Helm's Deep. You could have just retreated to Helm's Deep.
That was going to be
your
my.
army to get-
That's what I was really torn about. Was either to try to risk it and reduce your army, or retreat to Helm's Deep.
No, I definitely misplayed that.
Because then my plan was to.
Ah,
I was going to use you to consolidate in Helm's Deep, and then use this card that I used to also win, or not win that battle, but to travel to Minas Tirith and hopefully relieve the siege there. So, yeah.
oh, how is it?
So if it lets any army from Rohan go to directly Minas Tirith, unless you're besieging it, then I move adjacent. But it would let me, skip 5 movements to try to do battle. So
That's a good one. Wow. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, is it even worth? I can only muster, so there's no way I can counter anything.
Unfortunately, I think that might be, unless you can play a card from your hand using a muster.
I only have one
Okay.
card that I can play with a muster card, and all it does is let me generate Sauron regular units,
Oh, all right.
which is more of them, but essentially what a muster action could do. Wow, that was a combination of bad roll and a bad choice, and not thinking that attack through. Wow.
I'm glad I saved that card. It really paid off in the end there. That was I'm both really that was such a thematic battle, but also is just so anticlimactic at the same time. I'm torn on how to feel about this ending.
No, it was a good win. It was. If I had thought about the fact that you could have retreated, I probably would have played it differently.
Okay.
But if you were able, you would have then been able to break the siege of Minas Tirith pretty easily. So who knows what would have happened after that? But
right.
No, I mean it was still worth the attempt to try to.
I think it was I think that was a good move. It was just unlucky card combos.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Or
wow.
I think you probably should have hoped that I was going to retreat. So I think that's really because that would give you a buffer zone to muster. Whereas
and well, I was thinking about using Saruman's special ability to change 2 of my regular Isengard units to elites.
Oh yeah.
Before attacking.
Oh,
that would have been the better thing to do, because you would have moved and then played that card.
And then you could have marched into Helm's Deep. Yeah.
Well, I probably would have pushed the attack at Minas Tirith with that army die instead.
Okay.
And then with the last muster, I'm not even sure what I would have done with that. There's not a ton of good. I probably would have mustered some Easterlings and North Rune, and maybe a small contingent Dol Guldur.
Okay.
And tried to attack to the north, maybe. Hard to say.
I didn't expect you to, but I was kind of hoping you'd use your army die right away, so I could do like a 4 move into Dol Guldur. But then you had the muster, so like I'm sure you would have mustered there. But I was like, oh, maybe I could sneak there. But yeah.
Oh, that was. I probably shouldn't have committed so many to the hunt. That was probably my first mistake. If you revealed, probably weren't going to be moving them.
So, I guess, let's see. That was kind of a ploy to see if you would commit a few more, because I was going for the military victory.
Fair enough.
And so I figured if you saw it move, you might think I was going to move more. And I mean, I would still have not, like, I wouldn't have done 0 if I were you. So I think I probably would have done 2 anyway. So I don't think it would have affected it too much. But yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
But no, because and the ring bearers, so they're not revealed. I guess they were just what's it called? They were just declared, so they can still move relatively freely unless you put armies or Nazgul on them, which give you advantages to your rolls. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's good. I'm the type of player where I need to play a game first to kind of see how all the systems work before I can really think things through. I need to see the beginning to end, and then I can kind of understand things better.
I think for this one, that's absolutely true, and it probably I'm still learning things, and I've only played like 7 games of this, so.
I know, man. But
it is my favorite game so far. So
this is your what?
This is my number 1 on board game, for sure. So
nice. It is very good. I want to play. I probably won't rate it until I've played the Free Peoples, but that just seems so nerve-wracking. Man.
And like again, it's all it's the dice had such an element because like my first was it 2 rolls or so, I got no fellowship movement die, and so I was like, well, I guess I have to try to muster and do things militarily, and it's just it's an interesting dynamic.
For sure. Well, that was over a lot faster than I was expecting.
Yeah. Oh, good game.
It was. Now, are you going to record this as being played the day we started it, or being played the day we ended it?
I set it for the day we started it.
Okay.
I feel like usually I do day we ended, so I don't know, but I just set it for the day we started, so,
Whichever.
Yeah.
That was, It probably would have been easier if we'd been able to start and finish in one day.
That is also true for trying to remember straight. And I wasn't able to send you those screenshots. They captured my cards on the bottom of the screen, and I never got a chance to crop them out. So.
Yeah, you don't want to give away too much more than you have.
No. But.
Wow. Okay. Did you guys get your basement remodel finished?
We did. So that's all done back down there. Looks pretty nice. Nice to have carpet, and we've been spending some time down there. Played War of the Ring with John, Daniel, and my brother, so that was a pretty good time in person to commemorate the board game area.
So you guys played where you each took half of the one faction? Or I forget how the fellowships, or not the fellowship, the free player splits up.
Yep. So let's see how it works. It is so you each get 2. Like you have a hand limit of 4, and so you each draw like your own cards, which is interesting because you're not like supposed to talk about them. And then it was one person plays the elves and Gondor, and the other is Rohan, North, and dwarves. I'm pretty sure is the split. And then the Shadow, it's the Selthrons and Easterlings and Isengard, and then Mordor is a single player. And then both could control minions and stuff like that. But we started that way, but since it was a learning game for John and Daniel, and my brother has only played once, we ended up just doing hey, let's play a normal game and just discuss strategy and stuff like that, which actually worked pretty well. It was fun. So
I would think the only hard part with that, if you get a card that really only works for the Rohan player, but your Gondor.
Yes. Yep.
And you really only get the combat portion of it. Okay, that's
And that's why,
I
so
bet
you can, technically each side has 8 cards instead of 6, but exactly, you're hindered potentially by what, you know, you can't really do much
Right.
for the elves and stuff like that, so, yeah.
Did the I guess if you're playing it 4-player, I would imagine if you Rohan, the North, and the dwarves probably get activated a little bit faster.
I would
Because otherwise that player is missing a lot of.
think so.
Yeah.
And that was my other thought for today. Well, like just when we booted up, I was looking at the, refamiliarizing myself, and I was like, oh, maybe I could somehow bring the dwarves down and retake Woodland Realm, because I thought you might be going for that easy couple of points there. But yeah.
Well, that's it. It was odd the fact that Condor is under siege but not at war yet somehow.
Yeah.
Which I know it would have only taken one more attack to push them over the edge.
Oh,
but
yeah.
And
I honestly think you probably would have taken Minas Tirith, and because with all that extra leadership you had, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, and with Denethor's Folly, you couldn't play
any combat cards.
Yeah, and all of my combat cards. One of them is play if a Shadow Elite is in the battle, and then the others are the others are if you have Nazgul leadership. So 3 of them I couldn't even play in that Eisen battle. So
gotcha.
that's part of the reason that didn't go so well. But those would have been very helpful, especially with whatchamacallit, the Witch King. His ability, play it in the first round of the battle.
That's just start cycling, and you got a lot of cards that way. Which is, this one
I would have added the hunt.
Well, yeah, you could do that. I was wondering if I can bring the Fellowship to Dol Guldur and then attack there, I could use it, but that would have been a few turns worth of movements, I think. So.
Interesting.
And it's weird. I'm pretty sure I think I had read somewhere, even though it says defending army, the intention is like it's like, if I was attacking from where the Fellowship was, it wouldn't count. But like even if you're like Shadow's defending, it doesn't matter. Like I could still play that card and add dice to my reroll. So it's not the defender, which is I read that at first. It's like, I can never use this as the free people's, but no.
Yeah, exactly. And I wonder if that was deliberate or if that's one of the ones they didn't think about, and then we're just like, no, that still works.
Yeah, that's what I'm not sure.
Yeah. How many Nazgul did I have left? I did have 4 more. I probably could have mustered another one. Or Oh well.
Well, good game. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. It just makes me excited to play again, and hopefully in person.
Yes,
I
definitely think we need to do that.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, I know. I really like to play the Davy Jones Locker again, but this week, anytime we have parents coming up and visiting, sandwiching a week, it gets a little hectic because all the chores that don't get done on the weekend, we have to do it in the weeknights.
Yep.
It's been a rough, busy season, so that also doesn't help.
No. I'm sorry to hear that. That is not fun.
Yeah. No, it is what it is.
Yep, that's fair.
So hopefully maybe next week we'll see what the playtests are and might
well, if not, maybe we can pick a night and start a Free People's one, or where you play Free People's.
Yes. So. That would be very fun. Okay.
Now, so I know this is your first game, so no is a totally acceptable answer. But there's a Discord for this, for War of the Ring, and they do a ladder every year where it's like as you play, you go up and down the rankings, like wins or losses. And so I would ask whether I had won or lost, but if you were interested, if I could record our game and then just see how we end up on the ladder if we play a few more type of thing. So.
Sure.
Okay. I think you'll just have to join the Discord and pick your username, so you could leave it Call Me L or whatever, but I'll send you that link and then I'll record that. So.
Excellent. And then that counts for you even if you don't play against me next time.
Yes, yep. So like I lost 2 games already on the ladder against someone else for the tournament. So my ranking's already a little down there. So, yeah. And then I'd encourage you to play as many times, but I know because Mark really wants to play again, and Doug. So maybe we could always do a 4-player on TTS sometime too if we could snag everyone.
It'd be a challenge to get everybody on at the same time. But man,
unfortunately, yes, but we could try.
Well, especially, I think Mark is still doing Exodus 90, so
he is. Yep.
Got a few days.
Yep, at least 40 more. So.
Yes. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what a good snack to eat. Well, we were playing, and then I was like, nope, not tonight. Maybe in the future.
I did have one, but it was it was my snack for the day, so that was unacceptable.
Yep. Oh yeah. Well, especially, I'm sure Teddy throws everything off a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. It was good. We got to go to mass in the morning, so that was nice. And
excellent. Yeah, that didn't happen for us, unfortunately.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, well, it doesn't help that St. Mike's were 8 in the morning and 6 at night.
Yep.
And I don't even know what the cathedrals were, but I'm betting they were pretty darn close time-wise. And it's just that's not convenient at all. So.
No, that's not. Yeah. Yeah, ours was 8:15, which cut in my work day a bit, but Teddy's nap schedule is currently like right at 8:30, so that was a convenient time to try to load up the car and go. So.
Get him to sleep before
Yep.
Before you get there.
Of course, he didn't want to sleep till the very end, which is expected, but that's all right. That's what the back's for. So, yeah.
I'm also a little disappointed I didn't get to attack Pelagear with this huge Haradron.
Yes, that was
army.
I think if I had not have held out, I would have been in quite a bit of trouble in Gondor. There also is, I believe, a Corsairs of Umbar card, which lets you move to Dal Amroth. I don't know if you would use that, but
I can't remember. I think I had.
Okay.
Let's see. Or I might have had to discard it one of those times.
Okay.
No, maybe not. Okay. Molokai. That's pretty cool. Ooh, Krond? Wait, what? If the Witch King is in play, as with the Shadow Army sieging. Wow, that's cool. That would have been useful.
Oh, that's another one of those. Well, stupid siege on Moria where you used the fighting Urukai.
That worked really well.
Yes, that was. I had such a quick victory, and you just snatched it away.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. Maybe.
Okay.
I had the Breaking of the Fellowship, and I almost used my second Palantir die for this instead.
Okay, but they wouldn't have been revealed. Just yeah.
Oh, yep, you're right.
That's a good
point.
So yeah, when the progress counter is flipped, that's the revealed. Oh, and there's some sound effects. Cool.
Yes. I see. That's creepy. Huh. That is a good point. So we would have had to clear that up, but
yeah.
Yeah, I also had. What I probably should have done is
not assigned those 3 die and then used this if you started moving things.
Oh,
The
yeah.
lidless die.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, that's a nasty.
hindsight.
Okay.
Oh, that would have been much better. Oh. Well, actually, I don't even know. I think I might have drawn this one. That would have. That happens before you declared the fellowship. But I wouldn't have had enough time to think that through at that point anyway. Oh well.
Right. I had declared.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, you.
Right, but by the time I'd drawn it, it hadn't fully
Okay. Gotcha.
processed, I guess is the best way to say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that Pits of
Pretty cool.
Mordor is a nice one. Okay.
Yeah, it is. And that was the only one I had that I could have used a mustard die for.
Mm-hmm.
Which at this point, yeah, I probably would have done Dol Guldur and probably Morannon and Minas Morgul, but those aren't terribly useful at the moment.
Yeah.
They're not really in striking distance of anything,
No.
but I would have probably moved them as a second wave or something.
Okay.
But... Okay.
It's funny though, in our game against John Daniel,
Uh-huh.
they were besieged. Okay, how did it go? I'll double check. I believe we had taken Moria, and so he
Okay.
brought the Witch King from Dol Guldur. They had to retake Moria, and then they pressed one too many times with a bad card and a bad roll, and the Witch King was killed in that assault too. So it's just funny. The last 2 games I've had, that's been the cause of a death of, like, on an attack of a minion. So.
Huh. That's hopefully doesn't make me too cautious in the next game. Like don't want to repeat of that, but sometimes you just gotta attack when you can attack.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay, I see. Huh. Emily's asleep. Just heard her snoring. Oh well.
Oh, okay. So it looks like. Oh yeah, no, never mind. That was right. Looks like.
Interesting.
Oh, that is. Oh,
Yeah, you can change the state on it. It's got different tokens.
look at. There's a little like paper
They
figure of
all do
Gandalf.
that?
Looks like they do. So I remember the blocks from. Okay. Yep. So the first time I played on Tabletop Simulator, it was like these. So they had like little discs for the armies, and then those blocks for the characters. Huh.
Okay. Just placeholder while they got the
The
assets
it
figured
must
out.
have been. Yeah.
Huh. That's neat. And just used art instead. Let's see, so- Oh yeah. Okay, down here in the preferences, you can change all of them.
Oh. I didn't even. Okay. Yep. Nazgul. Oh, wow.
Neat.
That is crazy scripting. That's cool. So the leaders are really tall. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and they are tall. The elites are bigger than the regulars.
Yeah. Okay.
Like Gimli.
Gimli
fell over.
spell.
Yeah,
And your Nazgul are okay, but you can make the Nazgul square. That's interesting. Base anniversary. Rule warnings will not detect rule violations. I wonder what rule violations it's able to catch. Limits flat, Mountain Doom track flat. Huh.
Nice. I like how it says, caution, this could make a big mess. On that.
So much
Wow.
big.
That takes up quite a lot more space.
All right. Anyway, I believe the again, something I want, but probably not worth it at the moment.
Mhm. Huh.
But yeah, it's they're making what kind of material to be, like a mat for it instead of a board that's a little bigger, so you can roll it out and play, and I think that'd be cool.
Okay. Like a silicon, or what are they made of?
Neoprene,
I've
maybe?
seen- Yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
those kind of player mats.
Hey, Fidel, thanks for hopping in.
Those
We
do
are
look pretty cool.
battling for Middle Earth. Actually, the Free Peoples just won after successful siege on Orthanc.
And that doesn't make a lot of sense. There are some large boards that you're wondering, like,
Yep.
why this is so big. Why is it even on cardboard?
Yeah.
Because this one's in 2 pieces, right?
This one is in 2 pieces, and it's very big. So.
Because that's how we have the Firefly game. We played a few times, and we're trying to. I'm trying to get all the big expansions for it.
Okay.
But it's the same way where it's a normal size board for the base game, but each of the 2 big expansions adds like another half again size board off to the sides. So if you get them all together to play, it's 2 full boards worth of space on the table.
Yeah.
I'd like one contiguous piece of material so you're not knocking things over.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah.
Someday. That's we're still trying to clean up the collection, but we're at a point of like, I think we're not. There's no board games that we're looking to get. There are a bunch where it's like if we come across them, we're gonna get them. So now, kind of, we're starting to look at just upgrading components for the games we do play a lot.
Okay.
Which is kind of fun to look at on Etsy. Like in Disney Villainous, there's a quote-unquote cauldron that you put the power in, and it's really cheap, thin plastic, but I've seen a lot of 3D printed, like, actual cauldron-shaped containers.
Oh, okay.
That'd be kind of cool to get.
Yeah, there's a few for this one I want to pick up. There's like card holders that are really nice. That like fit sleeve cards, so you can have them out. Especially if I guess if you're playing with 4 people, that'd be nice because they kind of stack and stay up in front of you. So.
Neat. Yeah, we got. I wonder if we hit continue on the board, it'll check for victory. Do you think there's any kind of scripted anything?
Sure, let's.
There
it is. I got my little music.
It's a good choice.
Nice. All right, stealing my victory away.
Yep.
We're gonna just take these back.
Didn't change anything. It's fine.
For the memories, make sure we.
Just cause.
I don't know. The elves are still eliminated almost completely from Middle Earth, so there's not much.
That's Also pretty thematic, but
Yep.
yeah, so you had an elite and a regular in your reserves? Wow. Yeah, Gondor had barely been touched. Yeah, I want to play. I want to try the Free People, but I really enjoyed playing as the Shadow.
Oh yeah. It's yeah. You'll have to try them both. They're very different games, which is cool.
Imagine. Yeah. Do you have a preference?
That's
Like,
what.
Given your ideal situation, if you're going up against a tough opponent like online,
I don't.
which one you think you're better with?
I don't think I've played enough to make that call. I think just
Fair enough.
for me thematically, I like playing the Free Peoples more often. But like, so technically, like, you know, so that this ladder, they just keep stats, which is cool. And Shadow wins like 55% of the time, or it's maybe it's 40, like 60-40. So there is a slight advantage over, you know, like thousands of games. They think there's a slight advantage to the Shadow, but again, it's very slight. But yeah,
Do you know? Do they keep stats on the win condition?
they do. I can pull
For
that
the-
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's all in that Discord link I sent you too. But
Yeah. I'll sign up for that once I get exited out.
yep, no rush. I just was. Yeah, there's like it says like stats and rankings or whatever. But if you go, let's see. That's a good question. All time global stats. There it goes. All right, so this year, okay, I'll do last year. They've recorded 5,300 games in the server. The Free People, and then 90% of those were just base with no expansion. So it was a 56 Shadow win percentage, and then let's see, type of victory would be. Only 5% is a Free People's military victory.
Wow, good job.
Thank you. That's all right. 38% is a Free People's Ring victory, and then only 13% is a Shadow player ring victory, and 40% is a Shadow player military victory. So that's really, you know, you win more by the ring going Fellowship and more by military going Shadow.
Which seems to be how the game is set up.
Yep.
Now, do they? I guess they probably lump them together, but the for the Shadow player ring victory, is that stopping the ring bearer once they're on the track, or does that also count if you reach 10 corruption, or was it 12 corruption? I wonder if that ever happens.
What do you? I guess like hitting 12 corruption before you get to Mordor.
Yeah, isn't that a win condition for the Shadow player?
Anytime it hits 12 corruption is a win condition, because like you also have the same 12 corruption limitation as you're making the way up to the Crack of Doom. So
Right. So that probably all gets
yeah,
considered together.
I think it's just let's see. Average corruption in Mordor is 7.5, but where does it say like? No, it does. Yeah, no, that's a good question though. How many of those are, you know, do they make it to? Well, I guess there's got to be average number of turns.
My master Sauron the Great. Welcome.
Okay, it looks like 84% of the game gets it or ends on the Mordor track for, if I'm reading this right, for corruption victory. Or I guess it might be any ring victory. Obviously, it ends on. So I guess I can't really tell. Yeah. But yeah, I'm in the tournament this year, and they use like the Java client, which is like a 2D one. So I've been streaming some of those, so I'll make sure to shoot you a link if I'm ever next time I do that. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely up for playing a whole lot more, because again, I want to get as many of these as I can, since I've been really enjoying it. Got to pull out the Eagles card that I was gifted. So.
Yeah, now that I kind of know what's going on, I might flip through the expansions and see. Now that I understand all the words,
Yep,
what
yep.
exactly that that adds.
Yeah, the warriors is interesting because like they're not direct combat like units. They kind of impact the combat in a way. So they have like their own rules for like moving and impacting combat, and then lords is like extra dice for both. So
Okay.
and lords is cool. I've never tried it, but it says you can do it with the base game, but it gives alternate starting locations for the Fellowship. It's like the Council of Elrond version, so it's instead of the Council, everyone going in the Fellowship, what happens if like some of them went home first? So you could have like Legolas in like Woodland Realm, and Aragorn and Boromir already in Minas Tirith, and then like already as like combat units. So
Okay.
I'd be curious to see how that affects it early on. So
Yeah, that gives free people a little bit of an edge for the military.
yeah,
At least to hold off any advances right away.
right.